Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m.
Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
For that, because she had to Wawa because she said she had to poop. Oh. Like you wouldn't. And I'm like, for real? She had pooped since Friday, so she had a big turtle head poking out. Now she's all mad at me. When I woke up, they're like, "Okay, Mr. Clem, you're all." Damn it! Oh my God, Merch Crick.
Was that
she just curb? Did she just curb your truck?
Hit a pothole?
Yeah, she just. Jesus, I don't care if I'm on propofol or not. I got to drive. Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, everybody. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, June 15th, 2023. Myself, Lummy, Dr. Dan, Rhett, and Macho Man. Anna is probably in Idaho right now. Did she leave yesterday?
Thought she did.
Yeah. That would be smart. Get out there, you know. But you know how she is. She's a little tight, so an extra day of a hotel room might not work for her.
Yeah, whatever airfare was probably cheaper.
Yeah.
The red eye.
She's
sleep on the plane and in the airport.
I see people sleeping in the airport, and I'm like, man, first of all, in order for me to go to sleep, I am somewhat vulnerable, susceptible to attack. So, because I'm so out of it.
Right. And you can get robbed. People can take just a bag quietly, stroll by.
What if my stomach's kind of hanging out a little bit because of my shirt hiked up on me? Now, guy sees my big gut. You know what I'm saying? I was so worried yesterday. I went and got my colonoscopy, which I got my results and pictures back. And Dan wasn't initially scheduled to be in today, but because I knew Babyface was going to be in here yesterday. I had a big scheduling snafu. Kevin gave me a last minute yippee I'd like to be there on Wednesday, but I had Brian locked in on Wednesday, so I couldn't just cancel Brian because he had already made plans not to be here on Thursday. And so I asked Kevin, well, can you come in on Thursday? And he's like, no, I can't come in on Thursday. But I'm gonna be such a rich guy problem. I'll be fishing in Boca.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right. Okay, buddy. So then I had Dan scheduled for tomorrow. I think Dan, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I didn't have Dan scheduled for today. I wasn't going to bug him. I know today's surgery day, and so this morning at I don't know, maybe what time was it? 4:30.
4:31 after I woke up. Well,
Right.
Anna reached out to me last night. She goes, "Are you supposed to be in tomorrow? You want me to send you show prep?" I'm like, I started going through a sudden panic. I'm like, am I supposed to be in?
I'm glad she did that. I'm
And I was
so
like,
glad.
I don't know.
Otherwise,
So I just woke up
you wouldn't even have thought about it.
So
I got my Muffy for 2 hours. He's got to leave at 8 o'clock. So we're going to go over my colonoscopy, my results of my colonoscopy with him because he's a doctor and all. And so I did that yesterday. Really wasn't that bad. I think I gamed the system, but I didn't game it enough because there's one particular picture. Now, we're not
You're
going
kind of busted.
Yeah, where you can see my scrambled eggs. It's not a wonder. It's probably because the guy liked me, Dr. Chang. It's probably because he liked me because sometimes they'll send you home.
Oh, they will. But they send you home when it's like filled with feces, not when there's like, a little bit of scrambled eggs left over from, from this morning.
The guy, there was a super cool dude in there. He was a male nurse, but he was super cool. And I asked him, because he was like he was the guy that when I was in they put you in the little, like the little, Dan, the room that they put you where they run your IV. And
like the holding room, the pre-op.
Pre-op. When there's like, about literally 15 beds in there, and they're just sanctioned off with curtains.
Right, yeah.
So
holding.
he comes in there and gives me the good news. He goes, listen, here's your gown, here's your bag, put everything in, your the bag, your hat, your wallet, your phone, everything
Open
in
the
there.
gown in the back.
Yeah, but see, I tied mine in the back. I didn't know that. I got in trouble for that one. So I go to him. I said, hey, let me ask you a question, buddy. Because I could tell he was younger and he was cool. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he was being cool to me. So he was like, I go, can I ask you a question? He goes, yeah. And I go, I think his name was Paul.
He was a nurse? Is that what it was?
Yeah, and he was rugged. And he was like, I'd probably put him against Macho Man on ruggedness. And he lifts weights a ton, and he does MMA.
Oh, wow.
All
They'd
tatted.
probably be really good at baby oil twister, those two guys.
I don't know. I'm not trying to get into that.
Macho said there's nobody like him.
Oh, is that what he said?
He's a genetic freak.
Is that the official word?
Yeah.
Right. Tell him, we're not breaking out the fat, pudgy power pick pictures, okay? Tell him. He just became a gym. When did he come? What was
his metamorphosis?
At what time? I mean, they're at one time, and even Macho Man will tell you. Macho Man, your mic's up, by the way. At one time, I think it is. Are you there? Oh,
yeah.
Which one are you on here? Hello, here. You there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yeah, I actually have to label that Mach, too, because I
was going to do that yesterday, but I can't find scissors.
Yeah. We got 940.
I think Merch took all the scissors upstairs.
I think she did too. She's in a modern day absolute crap storm, Lummy, because she's slinging lunch boxes, these straw hats. There's literally only like 11 left out of 100.
The hats?
Yeah.
Oh, hotcakes, huh?
Oh my God. And then the lunch boxes sold out, and the dog harnesses are coming. So upstairs in Clem's clubhouse looks like an absolute bomb hit it. That's where she does all her merchandise stuff out of. Nice. So anyway, if you're going to get one of those Bubba Army, by the way, I was driving, just driving around yesterday, and I noted, and I started noticing all the outside workers, like the road construction guys and the lawn dogs. A lot of guys wear straw hats.
Sure do,
especially this time of year.
Yes,
it's brutal sun.
It really. I think it pretty much. I mean, you should probably put something on your face, but I think it pretty much keeps the sun off your entire face and neck.
the design.
Yeah. So anyway, Mach, when did you start your, because at one time, and you've even admitted this, and I'm not trying to make you look bad, so don't get mad at me, but at one time you were kind of a fat, pudgy little kid that worked at the Power Pig, were you not?
Pork chop.
Yeah, they call
me the pork chop in production.
Come on,
dog.
You went from pork chop to Macho Man.
Now hold on now.
Damn.
Now that in itself, even if you didn't know the dude, if some dude walked up to you, Dan, and said, "Hey, there's this fat little kid they used to call Pork Chop, but he went to the gym and now he looks like Macho Man." Even before you saw the guy, you're like, "Man, that's a hell of a transformation, right?"
Yep.
Verbally.
Yep.
So Macho Man, when did you finally what was the final thing you're like, screw it, I'm going to start dieting?
Is there a picture? Was there a comment?
Yeah, what finally did it where you're like, I'm going to get my lazy ass into the gym, and when? What year?
I'm attracted to athletic people, so I figured I need to do the same. So I decided I needed to lose the weight, and I did it the wrong way. I starved myself.
You're attracted to athletic people, like both
people
genders?
that are fit. Yeah, like hot people.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
me too.
See a little non-binary there.
Well, I don't think you meant that, Dan.
I suppose. I mean, it's like, he doubles his chances.
Would you stop it?
Well, it's like, you, Dr. Dan.
He's not denying
you
it.
have abs and everything like that.
Right.
So and you're an attractive person.
Yeah, because I'm attracted to attracted girls.
Okay, well, Jesus. So, Macho Man, what day... when were you still at the Power Pig? Were you, did you see a picture of yourself? How long ago was this transformation?
Well, I mean, growing up, you always hate being fat. I mean, that's just a thing because everybody, especially back when I went to high school, people gave you crap. It's not like today where, it's like more accepted, I guess. People are more politically correct.
Right.
You got slammed in the lockers and all that stuff. It was fun.
I know. So, but
it made you a better person, though, didn't it? I mean, didn't it toughen you up?
No, and maybe actually I would hide in the hallway for lunch. It was terrible. It was pretty bad.
You would get beat up?
No, I just stayed away from everybody. That's why I'm really shy in person. I avoid eye contact still to this day, just because of trauma back then, I guess.
So, but what you didn't answer? Like how old are you now? And when did you start?
We don't care about how old I am now. But
okay,
I started probably losing the weight around 23. And I basically just ate 1 meal a day and did 10 miles of cardio every day. After this, I got home from the station. I did no matter what. I'd see stars. I'd do 10 miles every day.
What do you mean by 10? Like you'd walk or run 10 miles?
I did inline skating, so it's your heart rate doesn't get too high. But I still I look like anorexic at that point. So then I was pissed off because now I lost the fat, but now I'm just a skinny twig.
Now you look stupid.
Yeah.
So how many years did it take to build up the muscle?
I got dragged in the gym around 29.
Much later.
Yeah. And then I would say I had no idea what I was doing till quite recently. Actually, I got with a trainer and we figured things out.
He was like, "You're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong
right now."
Yeah.
And things like that. So anyway, I don't know how we got into the Macho Man deal, but we did. Oh, anyway, my nurse, I tell my nurse, who's pretty rugged like Macho Man.
That's how we got into it.
And I go, "Hey, buddy, what if I've heard rumors. I think I'm fully cleaned out because my last bowel movement it looked just like kind of chicken broth, like there was no hunks in it or nothing like that." And I had 7 bowel movements, by the way. Oh. But I'll tell you right now, man, Dan, when you do this, when you finally go in for your colonoscopy, 1, you got to use my doctor because he's the best. It's just so simple. 2, I kind of learned how to game the system a little bit. And 3, you've got to, at least in the carriage house, install one of these tushy bidets because I never once in the 7 bowel movements had to wipe my ass.
So you weren't raw?
No. All you do is you poop, and normally you have to get a thing of either preparation H with witch hazel,
right?
But you've pooped so much that you've kind of prolapsed your rectum,
right.
Because you've pooped so much,
right.
So I've had one other colonoscopy, and from wiping so many times with regular,
your rectum gets proud.
It gets tender.
Yes.
Well, this bidet, this tushy that my sister bought me 2 Christmases ago, and I installed. You just literally, it blows it right on off, and all you have to literally do is get a thing of toilet paper to dry your butt. You're just patting it because it's wet. Your butthole's wet, obviously, because you just blasted it. You just power washed it. And so you just got to tap it, just tap to make sure it's. A couple of times I just pull my underwear up and let my underwear be wet. Like, who cares? It's clean wet.
But it's clean wet, but then, like, it's, that's when you get, like, rashes.
All right, whatever. Anyway.
You want, like, a dry tush.
If I would recommend, man, if you have to get a colonoscopy, we should put the Tushy? On our Amazon landing page.
All right.
It's called Tushy. I think Howard has one. That's how my sister found out about it. Then she bought one for herself, and this is like 2 years ago.
And it slips over your toilet?
It attaches kind of to your toilet. Maybe Lummy will send me a Tushy video, but it's kind of a it's an add-on bidet to your already existing non-bidet toilet. It makes a regular toilet a bidet. Is it bidet? What? I mean,
bidet. Bidet.
So, Lummy, I tried to document my journey and my bowel prep. I got all 7 of my bowel movements, but the ceiling fan and the ceiling fan, my fart fan, your ceiling fan, your exhaust fan that every bathroom has, right? Mine is so loud and powerful that I don't know. And if you turn it off, it goes with the light. Most places, listen, I don't live in a fancy place now. A lot of, like, I'm sure Dan's fancy house, maybe even yours, Lummy, has 2 lights. One for the light switch and then the other one for the fart fan.
Yes.
Well, mine's all in one, light and fart fan together. When you turn the light on, I got this little teeny bathroom off the kitchen that I love to poop in. It's my poop bathroom, and it's where the Tushy is installed. So when I turn the light on, the fart fan comes on, and I think the fart fan's so loud that it overpowered my. Listen, when you're doing a colonoscopy, it basically turns you turn into an explosion machine. So as soon as you sit down, because it comes on, I mean, it just really comes. As soon as you
it's like urgency is like I gotta go. I mean, it's like
I really think your ass does have a porcelain detection unit in it. I really do. How many times have you held a poop and held a poop and held a poop and you're doing pretty good, and then you even almost duck walk to the bathroom, you're holding it, and then the millisecond that your ass hits the seat, it goes.
Yes.
I think a lot of it has to do with that you're stretching you're
bending.
Yeah. So anyway, Lummy, I don't know how much of my footage, that first explosion was what I wanted to get. That's the money shot, and I think my fart fan kind of drowned it out nonetheless.
Oh.
Let me go to a few of my bowel movements here. Here we go. This is one right here. Oh, you can hear it. Did you hear it a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was 4:40, Dan.
Woke you up
because I had to be there at 5:30. So that was my last one. So I'm gonna make
one away from perfection.
I really was. Dan's got the pictures and stuff. We're not gonna go through them right this very second. We're gonna probably wait till the next hour. But Dan, from now until, let's say we do it at 7:15 or so before you leave.
Okay.
I'd like for you to maybe kind of study it, look at it a little bit. Don't keep maybe write some notes. That's your paper to have. Maybe write some notes, and then we can go through it. I want you to kind of study a little bit, but don't blurt out anything, okay? I think they came to me, Dan, afterwards and said everything looked pretty good. They had one polyp they removed. And I think they're sending it off for a biopsy. And I have hemorrhoids. They said I have hemorrhoids.
Oh.
And they said that I had, it looked like they said I had some type of diverticulosis or something like that.
A little diverticulosis?
Yeah, like a little bit, but like, I don't know. So we'll get into it a little bit later. Lummy, if Rhett or whoever will put this on screen. Now, Lummy, is this on our Amazon landing page?
No, but I'm adding it right now.
All right. And if you buy this, Listen, we have to substitute our Amazon Smile program because it's the way that we fund my Bubba the Love Sponge Foundation. And so we have an Amazon landing page because we're like, like if you buy something through Amazon and you sign into your Amazon account through our landing page, then we get a small cut of it, like a little finder's fee. It doesn't come from your end. It comes from Amazon. So, we put everything up there. We've put our penis pumps up there. We've put things that we've talked about on the show, the Presto pizza maker.
Yes.
So
our bestseller, the penis pump.
Yeah. Well, we've sold 24 units of those.
We're at 27 now.
We've told there's 27 Bubba armies out there that are pumping their penis. And I got to tell you, man, not a lot, probably not a lot of your favorite radio shows are manly enough to say, yeah, we pump.
That's right.
We pump. We pump.
Makes it a little bigger, a little fatter.
Dan's got
fatter.
Dan has a big penis. I've seen it. We've all seen it. He likes to, like conveniently pee outside, and he doesn't like pee around the corner like me and Rhett does. And Lummy, because Lummy's small too.
Yes.
He likes to pee so that you can see it. And if I was hung like him, I'd have a conversation with my friend with my penis hanging out, peeing in a non-sexual type way. Be like, hey, Dan, so how many surgeries you got today? 5? Okay, great. Well, what time do you think you're going to be done? Oh, I don't know, about 6. Perfect. Damn, how's the football team looking for next year? How was the vacation? What's going on, buddy? How's the Ferrari running? Just
shooting the breeze.
Yeah, with my penis in my hand,
right,
peeing,
right,
not caring whether you're seeing it or not.
Not really.
Meanwhile, I'm around the corner, Willie, kicking my head back,
looking over your shoulder,
talking back at you. So and just knowing to see where you are in case you do get too close, and you see my penis, even though you've seen my penis because you've worked on me several times.
Touched it.
Let's not talk about touching it.
I had to.
You said you had to flip it over.
Yeah.
So
it's in the way.
I did ask the guy. I knew that maybe I didn't get everything out because I ate scrambled eggs probably a little later than I was supposed to. And in that 4:45 bowel movement, which was literally, 45 minutes from me being at the facility, which was going to be my last bowel movement, I still felt like I had a little something in me. And I know that I forgot to drink my last glass of water. And I think that last glass of water, Dan, might have been able to been the last little wash through? The accelerant or lubrication that those eggs needed to go through on that 4:45 bowel movement.
So you didn't have to do like a last, like at the very end, like an enema, just to like completely wash out what was left?
No. Did Steve?
He had to do some extra stuff.
I didn't. That's why you got to go to my guy. That's why you got to go to my guy, Danny.
Pills. He was taking stuff. You just took pills, right?
Took 24 pills.
And that's it.
Dan took them, and you're supposed to take them, and you're supposed to fill an 8-ounce glass full of water and take these 12 pills in 30 minutes. Take a pill, wait 2 minutes, take a pill. Well, guess what I did?
Took all of them.
Right down the hopper.
Right.
I figured, we're getting to the same place. Right. We're trying to end up at the same place.
Most people don't have your pelican swallowing talent.
Right. That's right. I do.
When you showed me how you do your head, I was in disbelief.
I think
you actually shake it like a crane.
Yeah. Oh, I do. You got to because you got to get some inertia going in there to go down the hole.
Wow.
It would be like a flood compared to a Cat 5 tornado.
No, I totally get it, Bubba, but it was literally something I've never seen before.
Yeah,
it was a surprise.
So I asked the guy, I go, hey, bud, if I'm not completely cleaned out, let's just say there's a little bit left, I've been told that some colonoscopy what are those people called? Endocrinologists?
Endoscopists, colonoscopists.
Yeah.
Or GI docs.
So anyway, those guys, I heard that they will literally send you home.
They sure will. Well, if you can't see, like I've done the procedure many times, and every now and then someone comes in with a bad prep, and in addition to it being gross, you're constantly shooting water, trying to clean things off, and you get to the point where it's like, listen, no. I'm done. I can't see anything. This is irritating me.
I'm dealing with mud.
I'm dealing with mud. I don't want to. I'm going to wait till the rain stops.
And the mud isn't just mud. It's smelly ass, toxic mud. So, Dan,
right, and then as you're trying to wash it out, and it's coming out, and it's clogging the camera and it's clogging the scope and obscuring your view.
Look at, I think
plus it's a bad exam
because you can't see.
You're looking for cancer,
right? So you can't see, anything. It might be covered up with a milk dud or something like that. Are you okay, buddy? Let me do the Heimlich.
Yeah, I can. You want me to do it?
Well, I want you to make sure he's okay. Burp,
I was
maybe
asking
burp
Dr.
him,
Dan. Yeah.
Maybe burp him like a baby.
Come over, Dr. Dan.
Give him a little burp. Baby's got some gas. All right. So he said,
"Thank you."
So my nurse says to me, he goes, "Listen, if it's just a little bit, they do have the ability to suck it out. Like they do have the ability.
They can wash some of it."
He said they do have the ability to irrigate some of it out, but he said it can't be a lot. Like it can't be a lot.
Right. Like if you're inspecting a car and someone drove it to your place of inspection and they hit it hit a pile of water on the way in, and there's an area that was a little splashed up, had a little bit of mud on it, but the rest of the car is pristine. You're like, I can inspect this car.
I can wipe this off a little bit.
Right, I can figure this out. But if someone rolls up with a filthy car,
and hold on, he's been four-wheeling.
Right, exactly. I went to inspection. It's like, dude, I can't see it. I got dried mud underneath on your suspension. I can't check those.
I can't look at that. I can't look at that upper. I can't look at that lower A arm and assembling and see if it's
bushings are cool.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't go four-wheeling, but I do not think that I think I was one.
You hit a puddle.
I think, I had some scrambled eggs, and if you look at the picture, it looks just like scrambled eggs.
It does.
Doesn't it?
If it's not that, it's a pile of fungus. I mean, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It looks like scrambled eggs to me.
So anyway, man, I got to tell you, man, even if you're not getting a colonoscopy, this Tushy thing, Tushy Classic 3.0 bidet toilet seat attachment, non-electric, self-cleaning water sprayer with adjustable pressure nozzle, angle control, and easy home installation kit. Big Red put mine on my toilet in about 10 minutes. But he's very handy. And this thing is Dan, I would get one. It is a game changer.
It's on our Amazon now.
Oh, yeah. So go to, what is it, amazon.bubbaarmy.com?
Yep.
So go to amazon.bubbaarmy.com.
The Bubba Army. I think you said the Bubba Army.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So amazon.thebubbaarmy.com.
Yep.
And use that to sign into your Amazon, and then we get credit for everything that you buy for the rest of your life.
And also, when you renew your Prime membership, just go through amazon.thebubbaarmy.com, and we get credit on that also.
Amazon.thebubbaarmy.com should be your start and stop on everything Amazon.
Yes, exactly.
Because we get credit for it.
Yep.
Here's a video of this Tushy deal. Dan, let me know what you think.
Do you ever get splash come out up and up? Here's
the thing, Dan. You have to find the sweet spot, and it's got a little bit of an adjuster. So what you do is you poop.
You pre-aim. Wait. Do you before you use it, when you have to use it, do you set it up so that you make sure it's aiming in the right spot?
Well, you just set it up, and then it can adjust.
It self-adjusts, you can find it on its own.
See this thing right here?
Uh-huh.
That adjusts the nozzle.
Oh, so you don't have to put your hand down there and bend it up a little bit more?
No. This thing. That you turn this thing on.
It's like a crazy straw.
You sit on it.
Right.
Okay, and then you turn the stream on to about half, and you see where it's hitting your ass at.
Oh, okay. So then you can.
Then between moving your ass a little bit and moving the nozzle a little bit,
you find the target.
Oh yeah, and then here's what.
Then you put full blast.
No.
Didn't Big Ray say that ripped his skin off?
It will literally almost like laser cut your ball.
Oh, like the car wash nozzles at the self car wash.
No, I mean I'm sure that you might be able to build your butt, your rectum, to be able to take that type of pressure.
Condition it.
But when you're a rookie on this deal, man, you're just using triculation at best. Because your rectum's not ever felt anything like that before. Well, ours hasn't. Lummy could probably turn into full blast right away.
Yeah, but still, you could be a guy that works with your hands, and if you put your hand in front of a car wash sprayer on full blast, it will rip your skin off.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So
here's the deal.
Former President Trump is expected to plead not guilty today in Miami.
Where in the hell did that come from?
2 days ago.
A lot can come from a conversation.
Where am I getting
like
all
setting the
this stuff
stage
from?
for a brighter future, Our First Horizon advisors meet you where you
Son
are
of a bitch.
to help make every day easier.
I didn't even have that screen up. You know, I had my Tushy screen up.
Yeah.
Son of a mother's. Hold on. Jesus God Almighty. Here we go. So it says 8.5 minutes. So Dan, here's when you know you really got it dialed in. So you turn your Tushy on, you make your little adjustments that they give you, and you adjust your butt, and you got it right on your rectum. And that's the medical term, right?
Yes. No, it's actually your anus.
Okay, so you got it. You got the water blasted on your anus.
Because the rectum's inside of that.
Okay, so
deeper
anus. And thank you for the medical correction.
Right.
So you got there.
Clean anus.
You got the water power washing your anus.
Right.
And let's be honest. Like on some of our BMs, they're quite messy.
Yeah, they're sticky.
Yeah, and so this kind of takes off all of that, and then you're kind of leaning, and you're just getting it, and you're moving your butt around a little bit, and you're adjusting it, and maybe you're turning the pressure up because the initial squirt shocks your anus, and then your anus kind of gets used to it. You turn it up, you're knocking the high spots off. Well, then you try to position it so that it hits the back of your testicles. Because then that means you know that you got
splashboards clean too.
Yeah, like your testicles almost equal like a backsplash.
Right, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like the behind the sink.
So realistically, you've done it correctly. If you've started up a little bit, then you've kind of moved your hips and/or the adjustment machine, and then it starts hitting the back of your testicles. That's your backsplash. That means you've gotten all of your what's it called again? Anus. You've gotten all of your anus.
So I have a couple follow-up questions. It's not like the car wash thing where, like, after you use the sprayer, there's still maybe a little dirt back there. You gotta wipe it.
Never. I've used it.
It's 100% clean.
Let me tell you something. And probably the 100 times I've used it.
100?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've had it for a year and a half.
Oh, okay.
And out of the 100 times I've used it, when I've gone back and taken a piece of toilet paper to just to follow up and or dry your
the Sentinel wipe.
Well, yeah, you're
seeing if anything, just checking it out.
Never,
really,
ever.
Oh, cool.
Ever has there been anything other than water, and I'm just at that point, I'm drying my anus.
Just like eat off of it. That's awesome.
You can eat off my anus.
So listen, I have one more question. Is there temperature? Like,
no.
Is it just cold water?
Yeah,
or warm water?
It's cold.
Because, I had a very traumatic experience once in Miami when I sat on Steven's bidet when he had that condo.
You burnt.
And I burnt my anus.
No, here's the
I had
thing.
an anal burn.
Here's the thing. Because we live in Florida and our water really never gets that cold. Let's just be honest. Our ground, you're
not doing you're not doing Indiana cold water in January.
Man, I'll tell you something. If you're
that stuff's cold.
I've been to Indiana. I lived up there. Up until I was 23 years old between Chicago, Grand Rapids, Terre Haute, and Warsaw. And in the wintertime, when you turn on your tap water on cold, it tastes great. It's great, but it is cold. Well, no, they don't have a warmer or anything like that. They just kind of rely on whatever temperature your tap water is.
No burns.
No burns at all.
Okay.
In fact, it's a little bit kind of cool.
Is it refreshing?
And it's refreshing. It kind of puts a little tingler on it.
It's like the cold bath after exercising.
Yeah, it's like what Jeff Gigante does every day for 30 seconds when he jumps in a tub of ice.
Cold plunge.
Hey, if the cold plunge is good for your body, it's got to be good for your anus.
Absolutely.
Right?
Oh, no, it's great for your anus.
Right.
Because what cold does is it helps contractile
What's
tissue.
The first thing they do?
So when you got a prolapse, it'll help make it shrink.
Well, here's the deal. The first thing when you got a twisted ankle or a sore knee put ice on it.
Yep.
That's the first thing they tell you to do
time.
Because it makes the swelling and everything slow down and actually contract.
Right. So you go from a big balloon knot to a little balloon knot.
Right. And so there you go. Here, Lummy, here is the Tushy commercial. It's the best $100 that. Well, I didn't. It was a gift.
Wow, your scrotum really is the backsplash.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's the target.
Look at.
Do you ever hurt your testicles when you do it?
No.
Can you?
No. Well, I've not tried to.
Just like that stream.
Dan, I don't get on there and just do experiments. I go in there and get my. I can't tell you.
Dan's gonna be going all different
science
ways.
lab on the toilet.
Yeah,
day.
I can't tell you that. Once I've used my Tushy, then I try to absolutely hurt my testicles. Like I'm not. I'm sorry. Maybe you.
Someone just tie you down and it's like, I'm going to turn on higher.
All right, so here's
James Bond torture.
So that's all that's on the side of your toilet. That's the only thing aesthetically that changes your toilet. You got this little control thing on the side, which is not a big deal.
Right. Oh, you need to turn it off and on somehow.
Right.
Bidets have nozzles and dials.
Look at this.
Oh, why isn't she like sitting on it with underwear?
Well, I don't know.
Trying to be classy.
And it's got this these two little quick release deals if you want to take it off and clean it.
Wait. They call it a schmutz seal?
Shield, yeah. Schmutz shield.
The Schmutz shield.
Schmutz.
Some guy named Schmutz.
No, it's not
invented it.
Schmutz. Schmutz is not a guy's name. Schmutz is like stuff.
Oh, okay. I thought
It's
Schmutz
like
might have
debris.
been a-
Like you get all the schmutz out. And you're cleaning out something. I think it's Yiddish. Anna's not here to verify that.
All right, so I'm telling you, Dan, you need to get you a tushy.
Yeah, I mean,
This is a comparison.
Steve's paying what, like $10,000 for a toilet with it? Just
For the
that
smart toilet, yeah.
$100, and you have the same thing.
Yeah, Steve's paying $100,000. I'm sorry, $5,000 for this. Okay, well, so ours is add-on. It's the same effect.
And I don't need my toilet to like sing to me
Right.
or
And if you
tickle
put it
me.
in, and if you put it in your carriage house, which nobody goes to,
Mhm.
and it's
just
your,
my ass.
it's your.
My anus.
Let's just be honest. The rules on the carriage house is Dan only, and less invited. Right?
Yep.
Well, Dan, Steve, or Jay only. It's kind of a community Diaco. It's a man Diaco cave.
Yeah, you need a penis to enter. You need a Diaco penis
like
to enter.
Romina, let's just be honest. I know the rules of the home. Romina is not allowed to go into the carriage house unannounced.
Nope.
The kids are not allowed to go into the carriage house.
Nope.
Nobody, Krista, Candle.
Oh, God, no.
No, nobody. Nobody.
No.
Now, Steve can walk in at will.
Yep.
Jay can walk in at will. They all have keys. In fact, they have keys. Dan can walk in at will.
That's where we work. We do a lot of work there.
They sit around the couch and get and put the phones in the freezer and get stuff done.
Yep.
Nonetheless. So the guy told me, no, they got a little evacuation deal. They'll get you. So I did get in trouble though, Dan, because I was taking pictures of my vitals as part of my video, and he says you can't have a cell phone back. Like you can't do that. I'm like, Dan, I was amazed, and I was a little bit I was a little bit nervous and had a little anxiety because I'm getting ready to go into this procedure.
Of course, man. Of course.
I'm a little.
Yeah, no one's gonna go in there 100% cool and calm. They're about to stick this, 14-foot black thing inside of you and look to see if you have cancer.
So
it's not cool.
But I looked. He put a blood pressure cuff on me, and they're doing my blood pressure. And I said, "What's my blood pressure?" And he goes, 117/71. He goes, "That's like
beautiful."
He's like, "That's like T." He goes, so he did it again. I actually took a picture of it, and that's when he got mad. He goes, "Hey, listen, you can't take pictures of this stuff in here."
Do you know why they say that?
Yeah, why?
Hold on, I think. Can you see it? 117/71.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Why do they say that? So that you couldn't use it against him in a lawsuit later on down the road?
No, because they don't want you taking pictures of other patients by accident.
Oh.
It's because there's other people that back there.
Oh, well.
So it's not like it's going to interfere with like a pacemaker.
Oh.
That's all crap. It's like it doesn't really affect the plane.
I know, but he should have known. I only took a picture of my machine in my room with
it should have been fine.
But anyway,
just,
117. How does a 287-pound, 281? I think I am. I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know what I am. I haven't weighed in 2 weeks. I'll probably weigh today. Anyway, how does a 200? Let's call it 280. How does a 57-year-old, 280-pound man have a blood pressure of 117/71?
Because you were born from the angels, brother.
Is it really
You've got
genetics?
Good genes. Yeah, it's genes. And, again, also, it's two or three things. It's genes, it's attitude, it's also how you let life bother you. And you don't. Even though, so many people get their nuts in a knot over the smallest little things. And although, you'd like to fly off the handle sort of metaphorically every now and then, you have one of the most stressful lives of anyone I know. And I have a stressful life. I'm one to talk. but you are so able to let that stuff just roll off your shoulders
and have been screwed with.
I mean unbelievable. And so you do have great genes.
We're getting screwed with right now on Twitter, aren't we, Lummy?
Yes, we are.
As soon as we get our Twitter back, Dan, God forbid the trolls not jump on and start, yeah.
How can they say anything? There's girls fisting themselves with a donkey.
All they have to do is just complain.
Yes.
That's it. So anyway, a good blood pressure. Now, Dan, does that mean like I may not have plaque in my arteries, or
the process of calcification of arteries has to do with a couple things. Number one, genes. Number two, your cholesterol level. Number three,
hold on, my cholesterol
pressure.
level. My cholesterol level is 172.
That's awesome too. See, the healthiest guy I know.
So, you think that I'm probably not real plaquey?
Oh, definitely not real plaquey, because again, you don't have high cholesterol and you don't have high blood pressure. Those two things definitely contribute to how fast your vessels calcify. So yeah, you probably have wide open vessels.
I did have a pretty attractive anesthesiologist yesterday.
That's cool. There's one more thing I want to say, Bubba, before we get to this anesthesiologist, is the fact that you survived at 5 and now you're down to under 3. Your body made itself strong enough to deal with 5.
488. Let's be honest.
488.
Yeah.
So, survived
at 5.
Survived at 5.
So 277's a walk in the park for my body.
You lost 40% of your body weight. And so your body had to deal with 100% of that weight at one point. And so when you take that kind of weight off, all of a sudden pressure goes down, cholesterol goes down, all those bad things go down dramatically. And that's one of the reasons I think also that you have unusually good numbers.
Well, I need to get down to 245.
Daily Cialis helps your blood pressure too.
Oh yeah, I take a daily Cialis.
That helps your blood pressure.
For any of you, man, I finally got Steve to admit that he was taking a daily Cialis. I go, Steve, he was in here when you left, remember? And I go, yes. Steve, do you take a daily Cialis? And you know how Steve's on, like, is this Mike hot? I go, Steve, we're not talking about trade secrets here. It's like, I know you're always afraid about something, but it doesn't really matter.
He literally just started like a month ago.
Like 2 weeks ago, maybe, or less.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, literally, like you called him like the one time he was like actually.
But he thinks like it's such like a. I'm like, and it was during hot mic. I go, Steve, do you take a daily Cialis? You should, man. It'll help it'll help your prostate. It'll help your erections. It's just
helps your hair. And it helps your blood pressure.
I said
it helps
it's just
4 things.
If you're over 50 and you're not taking a daily 5 milligrams,
5 or 6 milligrams a day,
prescribed by your listen. If you go to your regular physician, just your general doc, and say, hey, listen, I'm interested in daily Cialis, and you're over 50, I don't know why. Maybe, Dan, there might be some areas of
you're
people
you're already on a lot of blood pressure medicine. That would be the only reason not to. But if you're not, then, well, like I said, it temporizes your blood pressure a little bit. It helps prevent hair loss. It keeps your prostate open, and it keeps your penis more
effective.
Turgid.
Effective.
Yeah,
but Steve was so funny. Steve was like, hold on. Steve was like, is this mic on? I go, yeah, we're on the hot mic. And he goes, and you know how Steve gets real, like,
he did that calculation. He did that lawyer calculation in his head, like Chuck did before he shot that guy. He started going through it all in his head for about 2 seconds.
I'm like, Steve, it's not, even Dan will tell you, it's not a bad thing. Nobody's going to use it against you because you're on a daily Cialis, buddy. Like, you don't have to lawyer up in your head and realize that some guy from Iowa just heard you admit to taking 5 milligrams of Cialis. And then he was like, oh, yeah, but I'll tell you what the biggest problem. And then after he opened up and he realized it was okay to say that I'm on a daily Cialis, he was like, yeah, but you know what the problem is? And he goes, man, I'm hard in the morning. I'm really hard. I go, and the problem of that is what? He's like,
it's waking up and you can't get back to sleep. Well, you just got to tap Crystal on the shoulder.
Yeah, and it's not like, she's not ready to accommodate at a moment's notice. He's got her trained.
Yep.
Probably out of all the Diaco women, she's most likely to take care of her man.
T-shirt will 25 on the Cash App.
Would you not agree? I mean, she's probably the one that, there's probably some times that Romina would be like, oh, man, Danny's horny, and I'm just...
Every time.
every day.
Not again.
Oh my God! Oh, not again, Donnie. We did it yesterday, Donnie.
I need more
not.
wine time.
I need more wine time,
7
Donnie.
a.m. She's drinking wine.
7 o'clock in the morning. Most kids are having Frosted Flakes. She's down there having wine. Little Danny's having his Cocoa Puffs.
Two more of these.
And she's got half a bottle of wine down because once they leave for the day, Pops wants to get a little crazy. Right, Danny?
Yeah. It makes it all go away.
Makes all the pain go away.
Yeah.
So anyway,
the nerve's bad.
Anyway, I had my colonoscopy yesterday, and now I guess I got to go back and see him in a week, and he goes over my results.
Well, you had a biopsy, so there's you still have one more thing. You still have one more thing to worry about.
Oh, they did give me a biopsy?
They biopsied the sessile polyp.
Now, I looked at a sessile polyp, and it's a far better.
No, it's not.
No, I know. I mean, it's a bigger, more mass than just a single little hanging mole.
Right.
It's kind of like
it's
like a colony.
Right. It's like exactly like a colony instead of like dangling stalactite.
It's like a Tropicana Field dome full of little polyps, more than just one little pinky sticking up there, right?
Right, exactly.
Which
it's a patch of polyps.
One would think that could potentially be an issue, right?
It's more likely to be an issue than a single pedunculated polyp,
right? So,
and it's a bigger area, so it's more technically difficult to biopsy without damaging.
So they took that out, and
the whole thing.
Well, I mean,
or a piece of it.
I mean, you can probably read, and they might even have a picture number as to where it was.
They said it was removed.
So maybe as you look into that a little bit more during commercials, you can see the area. Maybe they did a before and after area. But now, Dan, so if that's cancerous, then okay. If it's not cancerous, then no big deal. They took it out. It's gone. And I'll be back in 5 years. Now, what kind of polyp is it called?
Sessile.
If that sessile colony of polyps happens to be cancerous, then what?
They'd go back and they'd try to stage you. They'd do a CT of your belly with contrast or an MRI of your belly with contrast, and maybe even a PET scan, and then they'd go back in and do surgery and do lymph node biopsies, take out the patch that it was, that the polyp was there. Let me rephrase that. Take out the patch of colon where the polyp
Take
was.
Off that little section of highway.
Right, and hopefully do it with a clean bowel prep so they can do what they call a primary anastomosis. You don't have to, defecate in a bag for 6 months.
You just said a whole bunch of stuff, like a CT scan with contrast, taking out lymph nodes, going in my butt and taking out a section of my highway, and hopefully they can take my section of my highway out enough and do it well enough that I can just continue on, but I don't have to do an off-ramp onto a bag. Is that what you just said? It sounds like that could be a pretty big deal. If that particular little patch is cancerous, that kind of sounds like it's a big deal.
It depends. It depends on the size of the tumor, whether or not there's lymph nodes, and whether or not, it depends on how low it is. If it's too low, then they have to do,
I mean, look at it. It might be able to show you where it was. I mean, if you look, I know you can't look at the report extensively now. You can when we go into commercials, which oddly enough, I'm way late. So let's go into commercials.
Okay, look at this a little closer.
You look at there a little bit closer, and we can talk about whether I got to poop in a bag or not.
Okay.
Striving to reach new lows every day. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, wow. It's low.
Make your t-shirt low.
It's what?
What do you mean, Danny? What do you mean it's low?
It's an erectum. It's not. It's the last 8 inches.
That's like what?
That's what that.
Don't say his name. Don't say his name.
Oh no.
But that's what our friend had, right?
I'm not sure where exactly his tumor was. But when it's that low, that's when they end up having to make you shit in a bag.
Oh, so you want it high?
Yeah.
So, I could have a little bit of an issue here.
If it's cancer.
What? Do I got Farrah Fawcett cancer?
She had squamous in the anus, right?
Yeah?
No, you don't have anal cancer. It'll be rectal cancer.
So start looking at it, Annie. Now, does it show a picture of it?
Of the polyp? I'm trying
Yeah.
to find a good picture of the polyp.
Do they?
I'm trying to find it.
Here, I gotta find it. A diminutive, that means small, right?
Yes.
Okay, diminutive polyp was found in the rectum. The polyp was sessile. The polyp was removed with cold biopsy forceps. Resection and retrieval were complete.
That means they got all of it.
Okay.
They got it all. They got it all off the colon, and they got it all out of it. You know what I'm saying? They got it off the wall,
So
and they were able to get
that sounds promising, doesn't it?
Yes, they got the whole thing.
A few small-mouthed diverticuli were found in the sigmoid colon.
Sigmoid colon.
And external and internal hemorrhoids were found. The hemorrhoids were grade 2. And internal hemorrhoids that prolapse but reduce spontaneously. So we're going to get into that. You can tell me what all that means. We'll read this, and then I'm trying to see where. Now, would they start? Would last page number 52? Is that my butthole, and then it goes from there up? I would think.
Yeah. It's backwards because they go all the way in. And they run it in reverse.
Now look at 49. That's probably my hemorrhoids, isn't it?
Yeah, that's your hemorrhoids.
See how red it is?
Yeah, it's also irritation from pooping.
Right. So then, if you keep on going, I'm trying to see where potentially those. Do you think it might be 4? You think it might be 40? That little ridge of that C40. That to the left, that whole ridge is that?
No,
it?
I think that's normal rugae of your colon. I don't know if that's the tumor. That could be. But then you would imagine there'd be a big area where they showed after they biopsy it, where they took it from.
Unless, okay, how about 36 and 30?
I thought 43 at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock on 43.
Yeah.
See that little red thing?
Yeah.
Is it like triangular shaped?
Yes.
I think that's it.
I think so too.
What's the other one you were thinking?
I was thinking about maybe 34 at noon.
I see what you're talking about.
But
that would be really deep in.
Yeah.
That'd be more like sigmoid colon. Because look at all the turns already.
Yeah.
Because it goes up, then it turns right, and then all of a sudden you're past
But I mean,
the rectum.
now looking at the ones, it looks pretty clean, doesn't it?
Yes.
What's up, everyone?
There's always a little juice.
But now, if a person that has colon cancer, is it darker?
It could be whiter or darker.
If you look at number 1, man, there's my eggs, I think. That are... Number 1's as high as it can get, right?
Yes.
And number 2 looks like it's got a little remnants of eggs or corn too at 7 o'clock.
I mean, that sure looks like eggs. That looks like scrambled eggs.
And if you look
undigested scrambled eggs.
If you look at 11 at 5 o'clock, looks like it's got a little egg, or that might just be...
that may be a little egg.
We just got rated on Twitch. 559 viewers just came over.
Are we on Twitch?
I'm sorry, Kick. We got rated on Kick.
Who rated us?
Outlaw.
Brought over 500 some odd viewers.
Can we tell Outlaw thank you?
Absolutely. He can hear you right now.
Kick? Who is Outlaw? And thank you, you fucking crazy cool motherfucker. Iggy, put him over. Do a superset, some push-ups, something, Ig. I'm gonna talk about that. We just got rated. He must have a pretty good following because he brought us 559. And that puts us at almost, maybe we might be able to hit 1,000 today.
That'll be a first, not good.
Cash App.
PayPal, Venmo. Maybe T-shirt roll.
That's the ileocecal valve. A little hole.
Hierarchy 65 gifted 50 subs. You can Hall of Fame Hierarchy 65 hooking up.
Guess who has 2 of those bodegas? Jimmy Clevis, but I think he's got one. I think he's got one like Steven's got, like $1 zillion one. Jimmy Clevis.
In a country somewhere in the third world, the CIA is using this broadcast as torture to extract information about terrorists.
On your shoulders and legs with Craig the Bulldog, your cardio, abs, calves.
He thinks Evan is doing his patriotic duty.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure, too.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me make sure I process a check for Brad James.
Okay, we'll do it.
So that I can get him more excited and getting us some more stuff so we can get a better rotation. So I know we got it. I know we got stuff. I know we got thousands of these, but it seems like we're just playing. We're burning through the same ones, nonetheless. So can we work on that, my friend?
Yes, I will.
I don't know who this kick-ass dude on Kick is. No pun intended. Kick.com / The Bubba Army is our Kick channel. And we usually have about 400 or 500 people watching us over there. Kick, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter, I think, are our 4. Is that where,
yes.
Visually, that's where you can watch us?
Yes, it is.
Twitter, all of these are at The Bubba Army. Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube, all at The Bubba Army. Well, this character, this dude, this cool guy named Outlaw, who must have a pretty good following, Lummy, because he brought us over 559. Did he bring us over 559 viewers?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Did he take them back, though?
No, they're chilling. I think his stream ended, so he hosted us.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Outlaw.
Little redirect Willie. Yeah, thank you.
Hall of Fame Hierarchy 65 gifted 50 subs.
On Kick.
Hall of Fame Grouper Lips gifted 10 subs on Kick.
Very slow day yesterday, Lummy. I got a little bit,
Yes.
Yesterday, 15th tough on me. May have to dip into the savings a little bit. But nonetheless, let's try to have a good day today. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at The Bubba Army. We're trying to get away from, we're just trying to mainline it. Just right to us. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at The Bubba Army. So thank you, Outlaw, for the raid on Kick. Again, visually, you can watch us, YouTube, Kick, Twitter, and where else? And Rumble. Right, Lummy?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So we're actually going to get into my colonoscopy. And Dan, I made a copy of my report. Dr. Chang did it. I don't know what the woman's name that put me to sleep was.
The hot blonde?
Yeah, she was hot. A little bit older, hot. And Dan, they were so cool. I got in there, and I'm like, listen, they're like, okay, we're going to run your IV. And I go, the anesthesiologist, I go, can I ask a question? And I go, are you going to run it in my hand? And they go, yeah, so that's where we prefer to run it. And the anesthesiologist says, I can see you have some pretty good veins in your hand. I go, every time I've had a procedure and I've had the IV ran in my hand, I've always had complications after. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, bruising for like 2 weeks, very, like puffed up. I said, I got a pretty good one right here on my right arm. And if you lean me, if you do the procedure normally with a person on their left side, this shouldn't be. They're like, yeah, no problem. We got to use a little bit bigger of a needle, but no big deal. I'm like, ugh. So then the nurse came in to run my IV. Best IV experience I've ever had.
Nice. And those IVs don't hurt as much.
No, not at all. Not like that 16 gauge they use when I go to One Blood to do my double red blood cells. They use a 16 gauge.
Jesus, that's as big as it gets almost.
Oh!
There's like a 14, but that's like
It might be 8.
Shotgun.
It might be 18.
Probably
I think
18.
I think it's 18.
16 is like a resuscitation.
Yeah, it's an 18, but
18 is
still
huge.
Still 18. I mean, she probably yesterday used maybe a 20, 21.
Yeah, like you can't kill a person with a 21 gauge needle, but you can kill a person with a 16 gauge needle.
Oh yeah. Anyway, the nurse that did my IV, perfect. She was like, I have to put a little extra tape, here because your arm does bend here. I said, man, tape it up, whatever. Get the. I even said,
put a splint on it.
even said, get the Gorilla Tape out. I don't care. Pulling off the tape and irritating my skin a little bit, far better than getting an. Just for some reason, some people do good.
Hand IVs suck, dude. They
do.
suck. They hurt.
And you're a doctor.
You blow the veins. They're bruised for days. They're sore for days. I hate IVs in the hand.
Daryl Redmond.
That's like my last choice.
Did you get the Daryl Redmond, Lummy?
No, I did not.
You missed it.
We are having some technical issues with wireless.
What do you mean, Lummy? I don't understand.
Wireless is down, and I can't see the
Wi-Fi.
Oh, you can't?
No, because the
my wireless
iPod,
seems to be working.
Well, you're hardwired in.
Hold on. How, buddy? I'm using my phone.
Oh, so then you go to 5G.
Oh, are you? Do you not have 5G?
Not on
the laptop.
Yeah,
No,
the iPod.
what I'm saying is, I on my phone it shows my Wi-Fi, the BRN, Clem, whatever the hell we got. It's working perfect.
On your phone though, if you left your Wi-Fi on and turned off your cell service, it would slow down.
Yeah,
our wireless Wi-Fi has been pretty bad lately.
Anyway, Lummy, yesterday John Costica, when I wasn't here, $100.
Thank you.
And another cheer from Avondale, Arizona, De La Pointe Web and IT Services, Brian De La Pointe.
No, thank you.
Maybe
we should give him a call.
I was going to say we should give this guy a call.
Macho's in the rack room. He should have it sorted soon.
All right, Lummy. Anyway, I got it because you Cash App, Daryl Redmond, and then you got T-shirt Will earlier today, right?
Yes.
Cash App, PayPal, Venmo at the Bubba Army. Thank you very much. So, Dan, here's the thing that freaked me out the most. So I'm all prepped up. I got my gown on, and I'm laying there, and they put this hot blanket on you. And the doctor, Dr. Chan, unlike you, Dan, who's Hollywood, who has a girl come in at 8 because you're going to work on her at 10. I get there at 5:30. I'm in a room by 10 till 6, and the doctor is already there.
Get out.
No, there.
That's amazing.
And so the nurses come to me now. They literally have 15 people ready to go in these, in the pre-op room. They have 15 people. These nurses are like little busybody running IVs and all this kind of stuff.
Quite the operation.
They come to me and go, "You're first. You're the first patient. So we got to get going." So I'm assuming they probably had me get there at 5:30, get my paperwork done because I was going to be done at start. So they were going to actually start me at 6 because Dan, when you I think there was 3 different doctors doing colonoscopies. It's very much like TOS. It's like that type of facility. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's literally just right down the road from TOS. It's right down the road from TOS.
Is it the one that's like literally like 300 yards away?
Yeah. And it's where Tom Brady's store used to be in. TB12 Fitness or something like that. I don't know.
Is that by the bowling alley?
Yeah, right by the bowling alley.
So it's on the other side of the bowling alley?
No, it's on the same side as TOS.
No, I understand. Same side of the street, but the other side of the bowling alley. It's like before the bowling alley instead of after the bowling alley?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I know the place.
It's a beautiful...
That's where you're doing it? That's cool.
I got to tell you, man, that place is...
It's nice.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in there. They roll me out. They roll me in. And in the operating room now, they have me get on my left side, And the woman says... how you doing? I'm like, good. And she's like, okay, well, this is going to be say goodnight. And I'm literally looking at her, and I go, for real? She said, yeah, say goodnight. And I said, do I need to count to any numbers? Or because some of the procedures I've had, Dan, they'll say, start back from 14 and count back, and you get to about 11.
Right. You only get 3 or 4. Yeah. It hits you fast, man. It's like a blow dart in the movie. I mean, it's like
it is. It is literally like, Marlon Perkins in that big buffalo in the Serengeti, right?
Yeah, it's fast.
So I look at her, and she's beautiful. She's hot, by the way. And then, so Dan, before they rolled me back, right when they came to me, I said, okay, you're next. I took my left hand and tried to fluff myself up a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah, I was just kind of, how you
just right before the end.
You know how you side,
just give it one last chance.
You know how you kind of side jack it. Just kind of
do little pew pew.
Yeah, I just tried to kind of get it up a little bit, knowing that by the time I got there, it was going to be back down to its elevator button form. But I just tried to get a little bit. I just tried to get like a last second, fluff. Now, Dan, is there a chance that, my gown was covering my wiener or my blanket and they didn't even professionally look at my wiener? Or do you think they looked at my wiener?
Think about it. If you're on your side and your backsplash is your back of your scrotum, it's hard for them not to. It's all right there. I mean, it's just right there. They don't like prep it out. Yeah, it's just all right there.
And they probably know guys.
I mean, come on, it's not that big of a deal.
Not only that, but here's the deal. These women, I mean, they know guys for the most part. They probably don't make a big deal about the guys who got the small wieners. They probably make a big deal about the guys who got the big wieners because they're so rare.
The Dr. Dan's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, my God. No wonder he's a narcissistic prick. Look at him. His Ferrari's in the driveway, his Ferrari's in the parking lot, and his wiener, while getting a colonoscopy, 7. My Lord.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
And in his bag back in the room, there's a $47,000 Rolex and a wallet full of hundreds. I've already been through it.
Nice huge necklace,
I've already been through it. I plucked one of them Huns. He's not going to know. There was 19 of them. Now he's got 18. He'll never know.
I wouldn't.
So you wouldn't, Dan.
Nope.
Like if you were carrying like $1,700 cash,
So
and somebody
2 or 3 off.
yeah,
me,
and
I
you,
have no
next
idea.
thing you know, you're like, you count your money, you got 14. But like, man, I swear to God, I had 18. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe you miscounted. Yeah.
Tip.
I always try to hold Dan's wallet. Anyway,
Hey, hold this for me, please.
yeah,
Sure.
his prison wallet. So anyway, I go in there and I swear to God, next thing I know, they're like, "What in the? That's not what happened."
They hit the music.
Yeah, perfect.
I wake up.
They burst into song.
I wake up and they got a I wake up and they got a mariachi. They got a mariachi band waiting for me.
What fun, dude! That's a fun colonoscopy.
Can you imagine if you woke up, Dan, man, and there was some
partying?
There was some strippers there on some, like it was a Girls Gone Wild.
Champagne's got sparklers on the top.
Like it was Motley Crue playing, girls.
That's how I'm doing my colonoscopy.
So
I'm waking up in the dollhouse.
I wake up at like and I swear to God, I felt like, now I've been in some long surgeries. What was my leg surgery, Dan? 4 hours?
Yeah, about
3
that.
hours?
3 plus.
All right, so I've been under for 3, 4, 5 hours, and with Dan, doing my legs and stuff. And so when you wake up, you kind of know that you've been sleeping for a while.
Right.
I woke up and it felt like I'd been sleeping for like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how long I've been sleeping for? 30. They got it. They get it done in about 28 to 30 minutes.
That's good with the biopsy.
Yes,
that's good.
with
That's
the
good time.
biopsy. And they're like, I was out of there, Lummy, out of there by 5 till 8.
Wow.
Out.
Heading
I mean,
to Chick-fil-A?
I'm talking about. Oh no, yeah, right to Chick-fil-A, right to Chick-fil-A. Number 6, Coke, please.
It was breakfast, right?
Yeah, breakfast. And what else are you gonna get at Chick-fil-A at 8 a.m.? Can you get chicken sandwiches at 8 a.m.? I think it's just breakfast.
Yeah, it's just breakfast.
All right. So anyway, I got my results back, and a couple of the things are a little concerning, but I think I'm going to be okay. Here's what they found. They found a diminutive. Dan, I can let you on the findings, Dan. Since you're a doctor, why don't you go ahead and tell us what they found?
Well, one of the scariest things that they found was in your pre-op assessment.
What's that?
Well, they just look at you overall. They graded you an ASA grade 3 assessment, a patient with severe systemic disease.
Now, where's that at?
For page 1.
Where at?
Right in the middle. We're under procedure, halfway through.
Procedure and today. Okay. The patient's tolerance to previous anesthesia there?
Yeah, like 2 sentences after that.
Okay.
It goes ASA. You see ASA grade 3?
Yeah, ASA grade 3. What does that mean? A
patient with severe systemic disease.
Does that mean fat ass?
Well, I mean, do you have high blood pressure?
No.
Do you have diabetes?
No.
Do you have cancer?
No.
Well, what else do you got to have severe systemic disease?
They even asked me a bunch of questions. Do you smoke? No. Do you have high blood pressure? No. Are you on blood thinners? No.
Right. So you don't.
Do you drink?
Checks.
No.
The only check is your 275.
Yeah. ASA grade assessment. Like, would you be a 1?
I'd be a 1 or 2. Yeah, probably a 2 now because I'm not like 16. So like a kid between 18 and 30 with no medical problems whatsoever would be a 1.
What's the worst?
4.
Oh, so I think. At least I'm not that.
Yeah, I'd probably be a 2. Lummy may be a 2.
So, Dan, do you think that this is
2.
obviously just an assessment based on my looks?
Yeah.
Because if
they
Randy
really dug deep, you'd be a 2.
Randy Watson on the Venmo. Thank you so very much, Randy Watson. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at the Bub Army.
That's
so
the
Dan,
scariest thing on this whole report is your pre-op assessment. Everything else is pretty good.
Which is wrong.
Yeah,
Which
well,
is
maybe
wrong.
weight and age based.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be
Now,
stiff.
can they tell when?
Debbie Downer?
But but they saw my blood pressure, which is
ridiculous.
The guy took it 2 times.
They didn't expect it to be that good when they wrote that.
They probably didn't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like cuffs too big.
Or he's gaming this. He's holding his breath or something.
That'll do it.
So Dan, based on how healthy you are, is it harder to keep you asleep or in the fuzzy zone? Is the anesthesiologist, like, the healthier you are, the easier it is for them, or the unhealthier you are, it's tougher for them? The anesthesiologist that keep you at the
tougher, because if you're sickly, then they have to be very gentle with the anesthesia. The hardest people to put to sleep are small children and old sick people.
Right. So
and then after that it's heavy people because they aspirate. Because with sedation and anesthesia, what you want is a good airway, and if you're a little heavier. Sometimes people that snore, sleep apnea, they talk about that.
They asked me, I said, I don't have it. And then they said, open your mouth. And they said, okay, you're good. I mean, like, the anesthesiologist had me open my mouth. I think they
had a
wanted
good airway?
Yeah. So, is that in case they have to trach you?
Did they put a tube in, or did they just sedate you?
They just sedated me.
See, that's the reason. They need to make sure that you're going to breathe the whole time and not, like, just have a collapsed
Like have
pharynx.
a fat neck?
Yeah, that fat neck, can't breathe.
Like a decap neck? Yeah. All right.
And they're trying to blow air and it won't go because it's just your tongues collapse into your airway, and it's a disaster.
All right, so they assessed me obviously as a high-risk fat ass, and I don't think necessarily I am. I think I'm a fat ass, but I think I've
you're
gamed,
low risk.
I think I've gamed the fat ass system. Nonetheless.
Yeah, you're the thinnest heavy guy ever.
Yeah, I probably am. So Dan, thank you. I'm the most in shape fat guy there is.
Healthiest heavy guy. Of all time.
If there was a goal, if there was an award for the best vitals and most in shape fat guy,
striations
over 50, damn near 60,
with good hairline.
Hell, well, I got a little crown of.
And you're a funny guy.
Thank you. So they go to findings, and this is where the rubber meets the road, where I may have some issues, I may not. So Dan's initial concern was that they had me diagnosed as a grade 3, which grade 4 is the worst, and I was at grade 3, and Dan said that's just strictly on my statistics of being fat, when really I defy fatness.
You do defy fatness.
So then
Fat has nothing on you.
They estimated blood loss, none. Complications, no immediate complications. So that's good, right, Dan? Like if they were...
That's a good, yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying, like if
your colon.
What I'm saying is, like, if they had a tough time keeping me under, or...
That would be the complication.
Oh, okay.
The complication would be a perforation.
Okay.
Bleeding or perforation.
So now they go to findings, and this is where we got to get into it.
Because if they hit a squirter while they're trying to do a biopsy, and here's the problem. They're doing it with a camera. So we talked about how a bad prep is really a disaster when you're trying to look at something with a camera because you can't see. But if you get into, if they're doing a biopsy and they get into an arterial bleed that's squirting like a fire hose, every time they try to get to it, it's squirting the camera and obscuring it because it squirts it with blood. You can't see through blood. So that would be a really bad complication if they got into some arterial bleeding, or if because the polyp was so extensive, or if the doctor were a little too aggressive, then they could actually perforate your colon.
So them taking this polyp off like they did, and
increases your potential for complications.
We'll get into that momentarily. But obviously, it didn't bleed a lot, or they would have had to denote that here. Correct?
Yeah. No, they did it. They did a nice biopsy. It seems like it got all of it and got all of it out.
Hello, who's this?
Matt from Sebring. Hey, Bubba and the guys. How's it going?
How you doing, buddy?
Well,
I'm great. I actually had a question for Dr. Dan. You were right on the topic when you about picked me up.
All right, go ahead.
I just recently had a chest port device removed, Dr. Dan. It was a simple procedure, except
what kind of device?
A chest port. It's for chemotherapy.
Right, I understand.
Okay, and so I had it removed, because I'm done. I'm in remission. But the problem was I woke up after they knocked me out. I woke up on this operating table, and they had to have two men hold me down and restrap me and prep me. So is that bad?
No, it happens all the time.
Then he laughs about it.
It happens all the time.
Okay, well, because they were laughing about it, so I figured, hey,
it's not a big deal. Nah, guys, sometimes, people come in and out of anesthesia a little bit. They're a little confused and disoriented.
They had to propofol me.
Yeah, and then they just, sometimes, especially guys, because they're strong.
Can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Some guys hold me.
Do you smoke weed?
Yeah, but
Did you tell your anesthesiologist that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Okay.
I have my my legally medicated bands on, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make a difference on how much they can put you? Does weed give you a different tolerance?
They aren't 110% sure of the direct effects, but there has been enough studies done to show that there is a link between how much and how often you ingest THC and how much anesthesia you may or may not need to get to where they want you to be.
That correlation is closer to alcohol, though, than it is to weed.
Oh, yeah. They probably know way more about it than
people.
alcohol.
But what I'm saying is that...
Anyway, buddy, thanks.
What I'm saying is that big drinkers require a lot of anesthesia. People that smoke a lot of weed don't necessarily require that much.
All right, so
watching people get put to sleep every day. This is like literally what I do. And
you're in the. This is definitely something you do 3-4 times a week.
Yeah, I do surgery all the time, and I'm always sedating people. And so people that are big drinkers or big pill poppers, then they are sometimes hard to sedate. But I don't think that people that just smoke a lot of pot are difficult to sedate usually. Not significantly.
Let me.
You get a good drinker with a big red puffy nose, and it looks like 15 years older than they are.
You mean like Lemmy?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, right.
He'd be a disaster put to sleep.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad last
I
time.
have to give him horse anesthesia.
A whole gallon of it.
A whole gallon of it. Exactly. Just pour it down his throat.
When I come back, we're going to go through the findings. They did find some stuff that might be a little concerning. Dan thinks that, it's probably nothing to worry about, but nonetheless, they did send off a biopsy of a little colony of polyps that they found. And we have pictures and the doctor's report that we'll get through next.
If you're looking for that non-offensive broadcast,
You're in for a surprise. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I love the sponge.
It's not that kind of love sponge.
What's up, Dark Match?
Okay, so we'll do wrap up, colon, and then we're going to get into this abortion thing. Abortion stats. And then maybe the Trump shit. That's what I got on deck.
On deck. Little Robert's afterbird.
Oh, wow.
One picture of the pool guy. Direct match. There it is.
Another scratch paper. Yeah, can you scratch me a piece of paper or scrap?
Iggy. Iggy.
What's up, Egg?
Gary Lee Cantrell. AEW. Morning, Napa Mike. Morning, Rich. Nash's Young Boy. Ellen Close, good morning. Liz. Good morning, Gorilla Jones. Good morning. To everyone on the Cash App and Venmo. Randy Watson. Big E. Morning, Nick the Gun Guy. Get that over to you today. Ship shortly. What do you do about the O shot? Someone asked.
I don't really do. But then you put sometimes growth factors or volume into the G spot.
Well,
Bump it up.
no, you don't do it.
I haven't done it.
We talked about multiple times. Trade Heather Spin Instructor. Exactly right. Let's see. Daryl Edmond. Back up. Thank you, Hierarchy65, for your gift and subs of the group of kicker. Country Girl, good morning. Oh yeah, Snizza, can you tell? Figured that much Steve would definitely know that.
Warning, the following program contains objectionable content, which may cause oral discomfort. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Gonna wrap up my colonoscopy experience. I will tell you, I used Dr. Chang. He was recommended by my mom and sister, who have both done this fairly recently. And they're like, this guy's the best. And he was great. So if you're at, well, they recommend like I think they're recommending now that your first, and it doesn't matter if you're living in Tampa, Florida, or Grand Rapids, Michigan, or Warsaw, Indiana, where you're listening to me from. If you're over 45 years old, man, it's probably time to start thinking about getting one. Isn't that, Dan, kind of the age that they kind of use now? That used to be 50, but I think they've lowered it down to 45 because they've found statistically that there are more and more events happening to men between 45 and 50. And so I think they've lowered it a little bit.
It's one of the silent cancers, and you really should consider getting it at 45.
It's really not that big a deal. It's certainly not that big a deal.
Steven got through his.
Yeah, and he's a paper tiger.
He had a clean bill.
And he even had a cleaner bill than me, huh?
No polyp.
He had none.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little older than he is, but not much. What is he, 53? 54? 54. So it's 57, 54, 51 as far as the three kids?
Yes.
Oh, perfect time.
No, 52, 54. No. 53, 54, 57.
Really?
Steve will be 55 in October.
So there was like 3 years you were the Lone Ranger. You were the
2.5.
2.5 years.
Wow,
you were the man, right?
Yeah. Then I got diluted.
Then Steve comes along. You're like, oh, great.
My mother's love got diluted.
Yeah, and then Jay comes and he's the baby, right? And then you're completely the odd man out at this point because you're like what, like 6 or 7, you know? And here comes this little baby, and they're all fretting over him. And how about me? I'm Dan Diaco, bitches. I'm about to get mines.
Kick him into the pool.
Were you mean to Jay?
No, Steven was. Jay was off my radar. He wasn't a threat. He was so young.
Yeah,
compared to me.
But Steve
tortured him.
Just pummeled him
for 20 years.
Well, to this day, Steve still pummels all of you at the end of the day.
Metaphorically.
So anyway, I went and got my colonoscopy. Now, my first one that I did probably 7 years ago, it had clean bill of health, no polyps, great, nothing. This one, like Dan, on a 0 to 10, 0 being a nothing burger, 10 being a, oh my God, you're probably,
heading for surgery,
headed for some additional stuff. Where do you think I'm at?
2, 3.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. So Dan, here, go to what they list as findings and try to explain to people what that is.
Okay. The first finding is a diminutive polyp was found in the rectum.
Which, by the way, I Googled diminutive and it said small.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, which I already knew. The polyp was
sessile, which means there's two types of polyps. There's the kind that look like a cherry hanging from a stem, and the kind that looks like a patch. Yours is more like a patch.
Right. Which could consist of 5, 6, 7 littler polyps. It's a little colony, right?
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't have like a small stalk. It's like a plaque. It's more
kind of like it's more kind of growed in.
Yeah, growed in.
Right. There you go.
It's not just dangling from a thread.
Right. It's not a hanging mole. It's more of a growed in willy.
Right. Like a patch, like a bigger patch of stuff.
Right. I wish you would have given you a millimeter or a centimeter.
It didn't. Yeah.
You would like to know. All right. The polyp was removed with a cold biopsy forceps. What does that mean, Dan? Does that mean like they did not burn it? Because it said the polyp was removed with cold biopsy forceps. What's that?
Well, there's different ways of taking off the polyp, and so they probably use like an ultrasonic version of it, which didn't create like flame, but still cauterized material.
All right. So
still call it cold.
Resection and retrieval were complete. So what does resection
means? They got all of it off the inside of the colon. And retrieval means they actually were able to scoop it up and remove it from the colon physically after they took it off the wall.
Now, so they probably sent that off, right?
They sent the whole thing off. That's if they got all of it off and got all of it out, then they sent all of it to pathology.
Now,
which is important.
And so, what I'm now hoping for is the pathologist tests it and says that it's non-cancerous, right?
Yes.
In that case, it was just a growth. They got it off. No big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm completely out of the woods.
You could 100% be out of the woods. See, the other thing is, Bubba, is that a polyp that's benign now could transform over time into more cancer. So that's why they want to make sure they get all of it off. So if they get all of it off and then clear it all, then you're really reset.
Is there ever a situation where a polyp, whether it's a sessile polyp or just a hanging Chad polyp, it starts out not cancerous?
I just said that, yeah, and it evolves into cancer.
Oh,
yes.
so it can?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If you don't catch it.
Right.
Fact.
That's why they remove them. That's why they don't just like look at them and like, oh, we'll see it next month.
And that, in fact, that's why they want you to do it every 5 years, because it
New
takes
polyps can form and then ultimately turn cancerous.
Yeah, if you got a polyp that's been in there 22 years, for the first 10 years, it might have been non-cancerous, right? And then it just gets bigger and bigger. It's like anything, right?
Yes.
So then they say a small mouthed go ahead, take it over, please.
A few small-mouthed diverticula were found in the sigmoid colon.
What does that mean?
Well, that diverticula are little pouches in the colon, like little bubbles, like on a tire.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is that they can get things trapped in them and get infected, and then you go from diverticulosis to diverticulitis. So
what's a diverticulita?
A diverticula is plural for diverticulum. So you have several areas, several little holes, not holes that go all the way through, but holes that lead to a little pocket.
No. It said a few. I don't have several. It says a few.
A few? Several? What's the difference between several and a few?
A few
well,
is...
how many is a few?
3.
How many is several?
7. Hold on. Hey, Alexa, what's the difference between a few and several?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, couple is used when referring to two things, as in a couple of days ago, whereas few and several are less specific. Few means not many but some, as in the train leaves in a few minutes, and several denotes more than the words couple and few do, but implies lesser than the word many does. Did that answer your question?
No, it did not.
Couple,
I feel dumber than I started. Thank you, bitch.
Couple, few, several, many. You were right. Several's a little bit more than a few.
I was right.
Yep.
Okay, I just faced you.
But
and see, Dan, hold on. Very rarely am I right and you're wrong. Very rarely.
But the thing is, both are ambiguous, so it's difficult.
But I'm more right on the side.
Probably, I'll give you that.
So when they say they found a few smallmouth,
it says 3-4.
So what does that mean? Like, so I got a
smallmouth, like a smallmouth bass versus a big mouth bass.
A couple little pockets that could be a problem down the road.
They have a little small hole at the end, so they can get plugged. If it's a big hole, that's hard to plug a big hole. So, like a little seed from a tomato or a sesame seed or
should I be conscious now on like eating sunflower seeds? And
you should probably. I would talk to your GI guy.
I was eating sunflower seeds yesterday after this procedure.
Nice. The guy that did the colonoscopy, that's a conversation you should have with him. Is there certain food that you think I should avoid, or are these diverticula a nothing burger?
All right, so then the last part, which,
internal and external hemorrhoids were found.
Now, those won't kill you, will they?
Unless they, uncontrollably bleed, but no.
And they're a grade 2. How many different grades do hemorrhoids come in?
Well, I guess they come in probably 3 or 4 grades.
Let's ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa,
4.
How many grades do hemorrhoids come in?
Oh, it's going to be 4.
Internal hemorrhoids are graded as I, no prolapse, 2, prolapse with spontaneous reduction, 3, prolapse with manual reduction, and 4, permanently prolapsed, with treatment depending on grade.
Dan, I'm good because mine go back. See, if you're 3, you got to push them back in.
Right, yours go back in on their own.
Yeah, I got like the dome that they have over the stadiums. Mine's retractable.
Yeah, automatically retractable.
My hemorrhoids are retractable.
You don't have to go in and crank
my
it.
hemorrhoids are like the dome where Arizona plays.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, there you go. That's fine.
So like those umbrellas that go in if it gets rainy or too heavy wind?
Right. Like one of those awnings.
Yes, the awnings.
Right. So, Dan, that's nothing to worry about, right?
Nah,
I got hemorrhoids.
A couple hemorrhoids.
All right, so
Speed
now,
bumps.
Dan, we go to the pictures, closing this section out here. And if you want to, and if you look at the number, well, hold on. Let's go to the very, very, very end of it where they start, which was my anus, right? They start with my anus.
Yes, they
looks
start
like a
with
big
your
set
anus.
of.
So
Look, Dan, it looks like those lips that are painted on your Botox room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go back to the fourth picture, number 49.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Sam Britton's lipstick.
Yeah, 49 shows that my hemorrhoids are a little flared.
It's red. It looks like badly applied lipstick.
Right. And then you go on, and we can't quite determine which picture might. You know what, Dan? Maybe.
And then 48 is the same picture with your mouth slightly open.
48 is the same picture with my mouth slightly open. I think. 48. Oh yeah. 48's bad. So anyway.
But that's
Dan,
the air.
This is
you know
all.
what I mean? You're like you're dilated. That's all the air.
I was gassy yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But the bottom line is, I was afraid to record any of my gassiness because every one of my farts felt like it could have been a shart.
And they could have been. I mean, that's the time to have a catch net.
So, anyway, Dan, here's my colonoscopy comes down to one thing: whether those little polyps that they removed, that colony of polyps that they removed, is benign or malignant.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're benign, then I don't have any worries.
Nothing.
He'll see me in 5 years. And if they're malignant,
you're in trouble. It's in the rectum, and that's where you don't want it, because if you have cancer in the rectum, that's when you're more likely to end up needing a
bag.
A bag, yeah.
So
you don't want to be a bag boy.
So if this colony of polyps that they removed is cancerous, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, it's a bad place.
Oh, no.
You don't want it in the rectum. You want it higher up in the sigmoid because it's easy to fix. And the rectum's hard to get to.
Seems like the rectum would be the easiest to get to. I mean, I can get in there with my finger.
You can't get to from on the inside. It's hard to get to it because it's deep inside your pelvis. It's easy to get to it from the outside, but not from the inside. So it's called like a low anterior resection. That's what ends up in a.
Now, would they be able to? Would they be able to like give me chemotherapy and
maybe
and radiation?
It depends on the stage and exactly how far up beyond the line is.
But my doctor, Dan, was like, everything pretty good. Had one little area I looked at, didn't think it was a big deal, but we're sending it off. And
okay, then we're good.
That's kind of what he said to me.
Right.
See,
but we're good until it comes back bad, and then
I know,
we're bad.
But he told me. He said it looked like it was pretty much a nothing deal.
Okay, well, if it looked, so it could be sessile and having, a more aggressive look or a more benign look, even though it's sessile. So sometimes, a guy that takes these off for a living every day can say, with an 80+% confidence level, say, that doesn't look like it's going to be cancer.
So,
I take things off and say that it ain't cancer. Sometimes I don't send stuff because I'm like, there's no chance. It doesn't smell like it, doesn't look like it, doesn't taste like it. It's not cancer.
Right. And this guy is to rectums and colons as you are to boobs.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I mean,
Thank God. Thank God I do what I do. And I'm not that guy.
But what I'm saying is,
Rel.
What I'm saying is, what somebody may look at on a boob job as, oh my God, this is crazy. You're like, oh, that's a small encapsulation. I'll undermine the willy and it's not that big a deal.
Right.
Whereas a non-doctor would be like, oh my God, this seems like it's a horrible, So this guy is a colon doctor,
right?
Obviously.
So that's his. In
his last conversation he had me when he came and told me when I was waking up and before they released me, he's like, "Listen, I saw the hemorrhoids. Not concerned about those, and I'll see you in a week or so." I did send a small little patch of this small. He called them sessile. Yeah, he called them
sessile.
He goes, "We're going to send those off." He goes, "To me, they look like a nothing, like nothing to be concerned about." But nonetheless, we're going to send them off. I think you're good. And that's what he said to me. So now, Dan, if those polyps were, maybe more concerning, I think he probably would have told me there. He would have said, you know what, hey, I got into a group of these things, and
they're sketchy.
I'm a little concerned about
it.
Now,
this is the second one you've had, right?
Yes.
So the other thing is, Bubba, that polyp's only been there for less than 5 years.
Right.
So the chances of it having converted to cancer are pretty low.
Oh, perfect.
So thank God, because you don't want to be,
I don't want to be a bag boy. I don't want to be pooping in a bag.
How bad is that surgery?
Oh, the surgery is brutal, man.
Like, okay, Dan, let's say I had
they make a
Farrah Fawcett, rectum, whatever the hell I get. you know.
I thought she had squamous of the anus.
She did. I got, what would I have at that point?
You have rectal cancer.
Rectal cancer.
Rectal cancer, like adenocarcinoma of the rectum.
Now, is that what, no names mentioned, but is that what our friend had?
Yeah, he had adenocarcinoma.
Is that what I'm looking at potentially having?
Yes, that's the type of cancer that usually forms in a colon.
So our friend, we have a friend that just went through this, and they were able to treat his through radiation and chemotherapy. He didn't have to poop in a bag.
He's lucky.
So,
and hopefully, it's definitively gone and it doesn't come back and the whole 9 yards.
At the end of the day, if my report would come back with that would be cancerous, I'm now going to have to go through exactly what he just did.
Yes. Or, his was a little higher, I think. Yours is down low. Yours is in a bad spot.
So mine's even in a worse spot than his?
I'd rather have mine in the sigmoid colon than in the rectum.
Where was his?
I think in the sigmoid.
And mine's in the rectum. Great.
It's hard to get to with radiation. It's hard to get to with surgery. It's just
Jesus.
It's hard.
You're bringing some good news here, Dr. Dan.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been 5 years, so it shouldn't be cancer.
I'm a little bit concerned.
If it's cancer, you are screwed.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. It's Mountain Bike Jim.
Hi, buddy. Not doing too good right now. Dan's calling me a potentially bag boy.
I know. You all are making me nervous because I go in July 14th for mine. So I'm kind of nervous.
Yeah, but how old are you?
54.
54. This your first one?
No, I've got it through my family, so this is like my third.
All right, but
it's in your family? Like colon cancer's in your family?
Yeah, my grandmother's father died from it.
Yeah, but hold on. But on your other two, were you clean?
I had polyps the other two.
But just
not bad. But I'm supposed to be in every 5 years. I've actually been 7 because I dread it so much.
But I got to tell you, man, they're getting it dialed in where the prep isn't that bad. It's not really that bad. Even Steven, now he bitches about everything, Dan. You know that, and he didn't even have really a problem with it. Yeah. So
let me ask you something, Bubba. Did like the day before? Mine's on a Friday morning. Did you eat really light on Thursday?
Yeah, you could have breakfast. What time would you have? What time is your procedure?
9:30.
At what day?
Friday morning.
Friday morning at 9:30.
Yeah.
I would have a 6 o'clock breakfast. I would have a 6 o'clock breakfast Thursday, and that would be the last time I would eat.
Okay.
And then follow the instructions, and because the cleaner and better prep you are, the better they can really get in there and give you an assessment. Whereas if you got, I had some scrambled eggs left in mine. You can see them. So I probably, I prepped probably an 8.5 out of a 10. If I would have drank maybe just a little bit of water, a little bit, and not taking my TT9 pill so early and not passed out, because I woke up, in the middle of the night with an explosion, and I think I needed one more explosion to completely get everything out. So I was probably, I probably needed to have one more bowel movement to get it all. But nonetheless, they did mine. But yeah, eat breakfast Thursday morning, eggs. Don't eat any, of the stuff but eggs and toast and bacon and stuff like that. That's all good. That's what us real men eat. So yeah, eat that at 6 o'clock on Thursday, and then not another thing.
Yeah, that used to be what, juice and Jello? Isn't that what they say?
I'd stay away from that. I'd just stick with water, and you know what Dan is on. You know what you can drink? White Munsters
all day long.
Yeah.
So, can you?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's clear.
Something to keep your energy up.
It's clear, and it's got caffeine, and they don't care about that. So
now my question to you: last time I came, I did mine. I'm literally, when I woke up and we got out of there, first thing I'm like, get me somewhere to get some food now.
Yeah.
I was so hungry.
Yeah, me too. I had the merch crick immediately take me to Chick-fil-A, and I loaded up.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
Good luck to you, buddy.
Thanks.
Hopefully I don't have cancer. Dan says I might. Hello.
Bubba, white iced tea.
What's up, white iced tea?
How you doing, sir?
I might have cancer of the ass.
That's what I was calling about. I just want to let you know that I'm praying to Jesus that you don't have butt cancer. And when I go to church on Sunday, I'm definitely lighting a candle for your butt, just to make sure everything is okay.
Let's be more specific. Let's light a candle for my rectum. That's the area.
Rectum.
Right,
yeah,
Dan? If we were to pinpoint the area, it's the rectum, right, Dan?
Yes, sir.
We want to be concise here. I might have rectal cancer.
Rectal cancer.
wherever they stuck that thing at, that's what I'm praying for.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
So take care.
Now, Dan, here's the bad thing about it is like if let's say I have rectal cancer and the news picks it up and it says Bubba the Love Sponge has rectal cancer, you know what everybody's going to be thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never done that ever.
Mm-hmm. Started with warts and now it's cancer.
Well, no, I wasn't going to go there, but I mean, they're going to probably saying that Bubba's, does things in the butt because that's what your rectum is your butt.
And there were those rumors back in the day with.
Yeah, but there's absolutely zero association with.
But Dan, the average public doesn't know that. The doctors and educated
we all
people
think that's how Farrah Fawcett died, right?
Yeah, right.
Because it was, she was
Right.
active there.
Well,
posteriorly active.
that could have been.
Uh-huh.
But my rectum cancer doesn't have anything to do sexually.
No,
does
it
it?
doesn't. No, it
but
doesn't.
you know that the world's going to think that the minute you hear the
really
word,
think so?
the minute
Yes,
the
yes.
minute that you hear rectum, you automatically think that guy's been doing things with his rectum that he shouldn't been doing. I might have rectum cancer because I got polyps in my rectum, but I didn't do anything with. I mean, my rectum is just my rectum.
Right.
I use it to poop.
Right.
What is your rectum like? What is its job, Dan? And your heart's made to pump blood, your brain's made to think, your lungs are made to breathe, your legs are made to walk.
Okay,
what's your rectum? Your eyes are made to see.
Your large intestines are designed to absorb water from your fecal matter to dry it out a little bit so it's not super juicy. And your rectum, which is the last part of your large intestines, is designed sort of as a pouch reservoir for poop. You fill it up, and then when it's full, your body says, up, time to go to the bathroom.
So your rectum is kind of your overflow switch?
It's kind of your staging for pooping. It's like where you want. It's where the poop.
It's your poop stager.
It's your poop stager. Yeah, it's your poop reservoir.
Uh-huh. It's exactly why people are going to think I've been doing stuff. Bubba got cancer of the poop stager.
Imagine the troll game on that one.
Jesus.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I got rectum cancer, honestly.
I mean, Dr. Dan, you might be linked to it, too, so.
Yeah, it's got my genes in it.
Mr. Clem, what? Good news and bad news. Bad news is you have rectum cancer, but the good news is Dr. Dan caused it. Hey, I wonder if I could sue you, Dan. Can I sue you for giving me rectal cancer?
Why not?
He's been arrested, sued, fined, and fired. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So what does that make him? Bubba the Love Sponge.
Throat cancer.
Yeah, you going to explain the throat cancer the same way?
Yeah.
I remember it definitely started.
I had diverticula in my tonsils. small orifice holes.
Let me, is your Wi-Fi back?
I'm back now. Let's go, everyone. Cash out Venmo. Chad Blasey, $50 on the Venmo.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Chad Blasey.
So I just need to ask him probably about that.
Ask. There's two things you need to ask. You need to find out, obviously, pathology on the biopsy.
How long does that take? A week?
3 to 4 days usually.
Oh, okay.
And again, if it's a polyp that's less than 5 years old, chance of it being cancer,
All right.
And then ask them if there should be a diet restriction with the diverticula, because you don't want to get diverticulitis.
Right. Okay.
And most people with those are told not to eat like small seed stuff, like poppy seeds and sesame seeds and tomato seeds
and sunflower seeds
and sunflower. Well, it's hard to digest it. There's little fragments.
Right.
You can get in. Some people say don't even eat almonds or peanuts, any nuts, because you can't really chew them to a smooth pulp.
Right.
Chad Glassy, thank you. Venmo, 50. Oh, that should be expenses. Come on. Shit. Oh, Chad Kenny, good morning. Morning, Maria, Guatemala.
Did you get to Chad Blasey?
Yeah, Chad Glassy, your colonoscopy expenses. Everyone cash up and Venmo. Keep it coming. Fish on Jay. 25.
Thank you, buddy.
Morning, Gary D. Cantrell, Dr. Dan's Boomerang Maker. Oh, there you go. Logo show.
Fish on the J. Mommy, have you put any pond chemicals in, lover? No, you haven't. Okay.
Yes, I have. Okay, hold on one second. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. I found what we need to order. We had a little bit left, and I put some in. But there's some better stuff that I think we need.
Well, can you send me a text?
Yes, I'll send you the Amazon link.
Yeah. Thank you, lover.
No problem. Once we do that, we can put the blue stuff in.
But we need to get that seaweed out of there too, don't we?
Yeah. It keeps going back. We need to put that the one chemical in. That will get rid of it. That will stop it from coming back so much.
Does Dan have his Nero? No, we'll wait.
Nero Black what?
No, I'm not gonna. I'll do that on Friday because you got to get out of here early. I'm doing the endorsement. We'll do it on Friday. We'll let me do it.
Oh, the
today.
Super Beats?
Yeah.
I'll do it Friday.
Yeah. We're gonna get into this abortion thing. And so hopefully somebody has the balls to talk to Ron DeSantis and say, hey, listen, buddy, you got this all fucking wrong. Because I think he's a horse's ass on this fucking deal.
I do too. Which is why he won't win.
Right.
He's that classic guy that's in second place this month, but not next month.
And
it was like every other asshole that rose and then got destroyed by Trump last time.
Well, and he went fucking, and he completely just went fucking crazy on his second fucking term. His first term, he did everything that most conservatives like. The second term, he was just like Johnny Costapo, like fucking, you know what I'm saying?
I agree 100%, Bubba. I think he went off the deep end, and he just got way too right when he should have. Pivot and gotten more central.
Right.
If he wants to be president.
Should have I can think
buy a new suit and go into the middle.
Yeah.
Instead he's wearing the old fucking puffy suits. And it's, like the talking heads. Burning down the house.
I thought he changed up one of his suits recently. Didn't he go a little funny?
One suit. Oh, he still wears the other baggy suits because he's too fucking cheap.
That's all you can afford.
Whatever, dude. I'm sure he's got some embezzling money somewhere.
Oh.
All these assholes get rich when they're in office. It's amazing, isn't it? How fucking rich they get. The only guy that got poor, that lost money in office was Trump. Lost $2 billion in office.
Biden was his turn. That's vice presidency. Has what, 3-4 houses?
What's Bella barking out? She's raising hell. And she is so territorial. Anybody fucking walks this, she fucking lets you know about it.
She is going nuts.
Maybe she sees the Pomeranian.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Pomeranian with the little.
Maybe he's back there.
Yeah. And he better not take her back. He better not take that little thing back there.
She'll eat hot dog for lunch, right?
She'll eat the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
She ate a chicken this weekend in Ocala.
That's awesome. She did it.
He doesn't care about opinion polls and research studies.
Oh, I feel safer already.
He's more concerned about getting a hot porn star for a mix-in with his wife.
Okay, good, because I want to have sex.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Help us out if you can. Thanks. That's how the show stays on the air, oddly enough. It's the only show in the world, the only radio terrestrially distributed and digitally distributed radio show in the world that completely stays on the air, pays payroll, the mortgage, the insurance, everything, mostly on your donations. Thank you so very much.
Chad Blassie, 50 on the Venmo.
Thank you, buddy. So there was this article that I got that says that there was a new poll, a new Gallup poll released. It's the most recent about how Americans, not just in California, New York, Florida, Texas, Michigan, Indiana, like nationwide, how Americans feel about abortion. And in my opinion, I think there's some candidates. I'll just say it. I think Ron DeSantis needs to take a long, hard look at his abortion stance. I think Ron DeSantis has been somewhat misguided or misinformed on how evangelical and just how extreme right he has become from where he was during his first term. His first term, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like to talk politics a lot, one way or the other. But
you don't want to polarize and, and alienate half your audience.
Right. But, I can give you my opinion. And my opinion is I thought compared to the option that we had Andrew Gillum and we had Ron DeSantis running for the governorship of 2020 or 2022, whatever the hell it was.
No, in 22, it was Charlie Crist.
Yes.
It was Gillum in 18. And first of all, DeSantis.
I'm sorry,
I
meant 18.
The experience we had with DeSantis blew away the potential experience we would have had with Gillum.
Hold on.
He was
but it came down to like 5,000 votes.
Yeah, I know.
Like we damn near had Andrew Gillum.
It would have been a disaster.
And Andrew Gillum was then found a year later in a Miami condo nude with a man. Not that that's a
two
problem.
guys. There's two guys.
Not that it's
three of them.
Not that any of that's a problem.
No,
but I don't know if that's
drugged up too.
But they were smoking meth and shit. And, so that's a problem.
And he was under FBI investigation for taking, bribes as the mayor.
Yeah, as the mayor of Tallahassee.
He went to Hamilton on a undercover sting.
So anyway, first term Ron DeSantis, this is during COVID. He opens up Florida. He allows us to doesn't take our rights away from us. Businesses stay open. Florida.
Thank you for that, Governor DeSantis.
Florida kinda is at that point nationwide recognized as the freest state of all, and our death rates were comparable to states that
California
locked all the way down. Like there were states that locked all the way down. Yeah. There are states that are just now opening up stuff, and we were wide open. So Ronnie
we were shut down for 2 months, and then he
2 weeks.
No, we were shut down. We were shut down as a state for about 7 weeks, and then he opened it up. But he was the first, the most aggressive, and thank God because he saved so many businesses.
Yes,
and probably saved lives doing that.
So he nails it in his first term. In the middle of his first term,
nailed it.
Was COVID. He beautifully handled COVID. He was just a really good governor. And then he wins his second term, and now it's all
wheels fell off the cart.
And now it's not even like what's best for Florida. It seems like you're making laws and doing things to better your look on the extreme right as you are to better your candidacy. As the GOP nominee against, I guess they're going to say that it's Biden. So nonetheless, like for instance, and we're talking about abortion now, he locked Florida down. Well, if he had it his way, he'd have it so that it was like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, is that you can't get it done. It's completely illegal. But he might as well have because he locked, I think it was, 16 or 19 weeks, 24?
It used to be like back in the old days, it was like 24 to 26 weeks.
I think it went down to 16.
And then it went down to 16 weeks, which I thought was a little draconian. And then...
But hold on. It was a little draconian, but you're like, nonetheless, if I have to compromise just to keep everybody off my ass, I can live with it.
But again, it's not the magic number.
I know. but it's better than 6.
6 is stupid.
So he then
It's just stupid.
gets all Godded and Jesus and evangelicaled out.
Holier than thou.
And holier than thou, and he locks down. Florida's abortion window now is 6 weeks, and it's just so there is an opinion poll, a Gallup, a nationwide opinion poll that really now there's been how many?
Why do you
states-
think he changed, Bubba?
He changed because
he got the second term. Do you think that maybe he's having someone else whispering in his ear at night?
He's got a huge mover and shaker within the GOP that's saying now that you don't have to worry about Florida, you now need to start posturing for the extreme right, the person that's more right of Trump, in order to be able to win this GOP. You've got to get the evangelical vote because that's where Trump's lacking.
But everyone with a vagina hates him now.
Who?
Women hate DeSantis.
I know. It's not
Women hate DeSantis because his abortion policy is ridiculous.
Well, now hold on. You're right. And here's the thing. Now we have Gallup polls. This isn't, Fred Flintstone poll. This isn't Lummy got drunk and cold called 10 people on a Saturday night.
Yeah, but some of these polls are BS.
No,
though.
but
you got to say that some of these polls are designed to show certain things.
Usually not Gallup.
Usually not Gallup. Not Gallup.
Gallup usually gives you the data, form your own opinion.
They said Hillary would win. Gallup.
She technically did.
No, she didn't.
Dan, technically she won the popular vote. Technically, she won the popular vote.
She didn't win the game.
Dan,
you can lead 499 out of 500 laps.
I don't think the Gallup poll takes in consideration the Electoral College, and they just go by the straight, numbers on who's going to win. And 95% of the time, the person that wins the most votes also wins the Electoral College.
Not really in the past 30 years.
Anyway. A new poll. This is why Ron DeSantis. Now, there's been how many different states that correctly did this? When Roe v. Wade got overturned by the United States Supreme Court, they really didn't. Everybody gets all mad about that, but they kind of really did what was right, and that was let's throw it down to the state level.
Well, lacking a constitutional or legislative language that makes abortion legal in all 50 states, because there was none. The Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade invented that language, and they properly went back and said, wait. We created law
out of thin air.
And so this is really,
we're not here to create law. We're here to enforce and interpret law.
Correct. Right. So
and
they
set
made
precedent
legal
for
fiction.
case law.
Right.
Hello, who's this? You've been ringing.
Hello?
You've been ringing the phone now for an hour. Hi, who's this?
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
How are you today?
Good.
You feeling a little better?
Yeah. What can I'm in the middle of something right now. What do you need, buddy?
I wanted to talk with Dr. Dan about the whole colon thing. I'm having a situation.
All right. Well, we're moving on from that, but nonetheless, I will hand you over to Dan and try to answer your colon question, so then we can move on to what I was talking about. But go ahead.
This is the colon question corner. Right. Come on in.
I don't know if this is exactly colon. However, my husband just came home Monday from work with really high temperature fever, probably 102-ish, and cold sweats, aches, pains. Well, that's fine for a day or so. Take some NyQuil or something. And then all of a sudden he comes home from work yesterday and he says he can hardly walk. His left testicle is swollen and is killing him. So I have I Googled
How old is he?
And 55.
Okay, it's probably not a torsion. It's probably epididymitis, probably an infection, and should see a doctor immediately.
Okay, he's on his way right now.
That's the right answer.
There's the right answer.
That's the right answer, man.
Okay, bud.
Cool. Anything real serious though, Dan?
I mean, epididymitis could be serious. A torsion of the testicle could be serious, but usually people in their 50s don't get a torsion. But it could be a number of things. Is he diabetic?
Shape.
He's not
No.
diabetic, anything like that.
No,
Yeah, it could be
Bubba married
epididymitis.
us.
Could be
Bubba
epididymitis.
married us a few years ago. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I married these two guys a few years
Okay,
ago.
well, good
so.
luck. But he needs to get checked. He can't sit on that.
Get us keep us posted if he's okay. Okay.
All right. Hey, before I go, can I want to order a couple of those straw hats. Can you click me to merch quick?
No, I can't. You're gonna have to go to BubbaArmyMerch.com and do them online because I can't just click you over to her department and we don't. She's not standing by the. She's not standing by the phone right now, ready to.
Yeah, we'll have her people call your people.
Yeah, we'll transfer you right now.
Yeah, this isn't 1-800 at night. Call. This isn't. We're not selling the new Ginsu knife set.
Good evening. How can I help you?
So
yeah, stick around at the end of your call. We got a review section as well, so you can give us a rating.
And AI.
Just go to Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store, BubbaArmyShop.com, and order it right there. She only has like 9 left.
Yeah, see, you said 100 yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
I 91 sold since yesterday.
Yes, I ordered 100, and 91 have sold
in the last 36 hours.
Less than 2 days.
Yeah.
So,
see?
All right, bud.
You ever talk to Gargiulo?
No, I see his father-in-law all the time, Bob Cook, the great Bob Cook, but never Rob.
Yeah, he helped you with some painting or something.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, good talking to you. Nice reminisce.
Good luck.
Please, I love the show, but don't call to reminisce. Okay, call, get your question in. Even though I married you and your husband, and I really appreciate the opportunity of doing that, just to show you how pro-gay I am. I'm like, if you want to marry a man, I'll marry you. No big deal.
Hey, one more thing before I go here.
Yeah. Don't give me one more thing. And here's the thing. You got 5 one more things. I would literally be more cool with you saying, I got a few other things I'd like to ask. Okay, that's being honest. But don't one more thing like 3 times in a row.
Well, I have several more things I want to talk to you about.
A new Gallup poll reports a record high number. Let me find me the states that actually put this on the referendum. Now that is what states should do.
I totally agree.
Ron DeSantis should come today at high noon.
No. What they should do is Congress should get off their ass, and instead of passing new green deals that just put money into donors, they should be passing legislation that's relevant to America. For instance, maybe they should pass an abortion statute that says that abortion is now codified and legal up to 25 weeks. And then all the states would have to follow at that point.
I think perhaps, but it would almost be easier to see what the people truly do want and put it on the referendum of every state. And
sure, you could do that too. But then, okay, so there's two questions. The problem is yes or no, and then when.
Well, then, yeah. So within yes. Do you believe a woman should have the right? A woman over the year 18 should have the right to have the abortion? If yes, then Dan, it goes into 2 subsections. If yes, then 6,
16, 24, 40.
Yeah,
I mean, there's too many different options. Do you just write it in like a candidate?
No, you have boxes. You have boxes. You have
like one of 3, 6 weeks, 16 weeks, or 26 weeks.
Yes. And then, right?
6, 16, 26. That would be
that's the states currently that
as of June
cutoffs, right?
As of June 2023, 2 state ballot measures related to abortions were certified for the ballot in 2024. On November 5th, 2024, voters in New York will decide on a constitutional amendment to prohibit the denial of rights to an individual based on their pregnancy outcomes, of blah, blah, blah. And then voters. So what? Maryland and New York are going to have this on the referendum this coming, next year.
And see how split down the middle are in 2022, 6 ballot measures, 3 were approved, 3 were defeated. People are so split on this topic.
In 2022, there were 6 ballot measures addressing abortion. The the most on record for a single year. Measures were approved in California, Michigan, and Vermont. Measures were defeated in Kansas City, Kentucky, and Montana. I thought that they meant when they were defeated that they voted them.
They were ambiguous there.
Yeah. What I'm saying is I thought that Kansas, Kentucky, and Montana all said, no, you cannot outlaw abortions. I thought that's what, you know what I'm saying? Didn't really tell you, does it?
I don't really follow Montana state law very closely. It's not really on my radar.
So anyway, I mean.
Yeah, it looks like what they were trying to do is make it illegal.
I think I'm right. Am I right?
Make it legal or illegal?
To make it illegal.
In Kansas,
and I got
Kentucky,
shot down.
and Montana?
Yes.
But they were trying to make it legal in California or illegal? I mean, they were trying to make it legal in California. It's obviously legal.
Let me maybe find a better.
Well, this is states, like what the state laws are. And then if you click on like Kansas, it kind of tells you the referendum and what it was about.
Kansas. Now that the Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion will remain legal in Kansas as long as the state constitution is not amended. While the state has enacted many restrictions on abortion, in 2019, the highest court ruled that a pregnant person's right to personal autonomy is protected in the state's constitution.
What does Michigan say?
Michigan says Michiganers, whatever that Michiganers. How would you say that? Michiganers? Michiganers have approved Prop 3, which enshrines reproductive freedom in the Michigan Constitution. So I think that means let it eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So it looks like most of the measures were to continue to allow
Now these
abortion.
right here, this is illegal, right? Are these are the illegal?
Correct. Yeah, the red ones.
Look at all these. Oh, the red ones?
The
Or
dark red
the
ones.
dark ones look like
ones,
poop.
yeah.
That's all illegal. You can't get them done. Supposedly.
Look how far you have to go if you're like in
Alabama
Mississippi.
is enforcing total abortion ban. Mississippi is enforcing its trigger ban, which prohibits abortion in nearly all situations. Louisiana is enforcing its trigger ban, which prohibits abortion in almost all and includes civil and criminal penalties. So if you go get an abortion in Louisiana because your cousin knows how to do it, you're gonna get you can get put in jail.
Think about all those hot 19 and 20-year-old chicks
they have
from
to have babies
Texas,
now.
Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi. They're gonna be like young mothers.
Idaho argues that it can enforce its trigger ban, which criminalizes abortion.
Hope you guys like single moms.
North
There's gonna be
Dakota.
tons of them out there.
Hold on. North Dakota is enforcing a total abortion ban with limited exceptions.
I wonder if like the dollhouse is supporting this.
Support.
It's pretty great. You know, all these kinds of like, new employees. We got strippers coming through out our ears because we got all these young single moms.
Is that who's a big supporter behind his head?
Yeah, I think so.
What's Indiana? Indiana. Abortion remain legal. That's Illinois. Indiana. Indiana is entered Indiana has entered a new total ban on abortion, which took effect September 15th, 2022.
I'm telling you, man.
Which is currently blocked. So like some judge blocked it or something. I'm telling
Time to
you.
invest in a couple of strip joints, dude, in Texas and Alabama, Mississippi.
No, it's a new poll by Gallup. These legislators and these state governors and the Congress and the Senate and everybody needs to pay attention. Because the people that are voting for you, they didn't break this down into Republicans versus Democrats. This is this is painted with a broad brush here. And this is just, they didn't qualify you on what you were. And that's perfect. Gallup's latest poll reported that 69%, nearly 7 out of 10 respondents agree that abortion should genuinely be legal for the first 3 months of pregnancy. So, Dan, they even gave you a time, which is 16 weeks. They gave you, 12 weeks. 12 weeks, which I'll take 12 over 6.
It's way more fair to the mom.
The number outdoes the previous high of 67% in May. So this is gaining traction. Just in May, it was 67. Now it's 69, headed to 70. I mean, so the Ron DeSantis's and all these people that
last May, it wasn't 2 months, it was a year.
A year. So all these people that are making all of these laws, all these people that are running their campaign on I'm locking abortion down or I'm making abortion illegal, or, I mean, look, did you see how many states that made it illegal? Do you not realize that that's not what people want?
I agree, Bubba.
70% of people want the ability to be able to choose what to do with that woman's body.
Yes, I agree.
And it's draconian to say otherwise.
It's so unscientific. And again, you know, the vast majority of Americans think there should be some mechanism for legal abortions. We don't want people trying to do it on their own. The pills for abortions are not adequate in all situations. Women need time after having their pregnancy evaluated by a doctor to talk to their doctor about the viability and potential success of the pregnancy.
Aren't there some really, really, really like Down syndrome? Aren't there some things that don't start showing themselves until week 14, 15?
Well, the blood tests to do the markers for Down syndrome, some of them don't fire that early. And so you have to take a piece of genetic material from the 6 or at this point 4-week-old embryo. If you do that, it's going to cause a miscarriage.
Let's say you're on week 5 of being pregnant.
Right. You have no idea how the pregnancy is doing.
Right.
Because the face hasn't formed, nothing's formed. You have no idea if it's going to have a cleft palate. All you know is you can do a genetic test.
I got to call the clinic if I don't want this thing and get it out by Friday.
Right. So you have to do a genetic test on it and then send that to a genetic lab, get the result, and make a decision all within 6 weeks. So you don't even know you're pregnant until it's been 3 weeks. So 3 weeks after you've ovulated and fertilized, it takes about 3 weeks, 2.5 to 3 weeks for your pregnancy test to show up. So now you have literally 3 weeks to do a genetic test that no one is going to perform on a 3-week fetus.
And listen to this. And
then get it back and then make a decision, and then you have to fly to California to get your abortion.
But
it's not fair.
Hear me out. Let's say you're a man and a woman and you get pregnant. And you're married, and you're like, you know what? That's great. There are instances where 18-year-old gets pregnant, she doesn't want to have the baby, and she's not ready to have a baby. She doesn't even really like. I mean, the boyfriend and her are unstable at best. They're kids. They don't know if they don't know. In those instances, it's not planned. It's kind of an old crap moment. But if there are legitimate men and women that are married that have kids. And that want a kid, we want this baby. We have every intention of keeping this baby. But at week 12 or 13, this baby starts showing markers of Downs or other, major issues. And you're like, listen, you know what? I don't necessarily know that we want to bring a disabled baby into this world. Maybe we already have a child. Maybe we want this is our second child, and we want our second child to be healthy, to play along with our first kid. We don't want, listen, I'm not trying to say anything bad about Down syndrome children because there's a lot of moms that had those babies.
As an example. So we're just using that as an easy example. It could be anything. It could be anencephaly. It could be, a cleft palate and face, a big facial cleft. It could be an amniotic band, which you wouldn't discover until later, that maybe prevented an arm or a leg from forming or went across the neck. It could be 1,000 different things.
And you find that out.
But you don't know at 6 weeks.
No. But at 14, 15.
Yeah, 80% of them, 90% of them. And so it's not fair. We have the technology to evaluate the health of a baby, which is continuously being updated throughout the first pretty much 18 weeks of the pregnancy. Now the last 20 weeks is pretty much just growing at that point. You know,
Right.
you got the last half of a pregnancy, but the first half, those first 20 weeks, you have no idea until you get to those.
Jack and Sally Smith. Now, because they live in Florida and they're past the 6-week ban, everything was good at 6.
You're screwed.
And they're at 13 weeks, and they come, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we just did your prenatal willy, your ultrasound, your markers, your prenatal
we got
fluid,
an issue.
and we have an issue here. Your baby is showing markers of Down syndrome with a cleft palate kicker. And, John and Sally Smith should be able to turn to each other and say, do we really want to bring a baby like this into our world? That's not kind of what we had.
So what would happen normally, like what would happen 3 years ago would be like, okay, we have these markers. We have these very sensitive but not necessarily specific blood tests that we can do that show that maybe there's a problem. So then the test fires off and like, we got a flag. So now you do a secondary test, a genetic test, which again takes a specialist to perform, takes a special lab to interpret, and you talk about another couple weeks before you get that information. So now you're at that 16, 15, 16, 17 weeks, and it's not unreasonable for a family, a nuclear family, someone with a husband, a wife, maybe already a kid or two, like you're explaining. We're not talking about a 17-year-old high school kid that got pregnant with a football player behind the stadium. We're talking about a
responsible man and woman married,
responsible family. And we're not trying to break up the nuclear family.
And they're trying to build a family.
And trying to continue to build a family. They should be able to make an educated decision based on science, which we talk about being so important, and based on real data, and have real opportunities to make a decision and then have options once they make a decision, instead of having to like fly to another state to try to find a doctor in Southern California that's going to help you with your abortion.
70%.
It's stupid. It's not. It's what it is, Bubba. It's the best way to lose a presidential election.
Well, he's gonna
taking this position. He is. He's got no chance. It's Ron. There's no chances.
Hold on, it's who?
Ron, there's no chances.
No chances.
Ron, no chances DeSantis?
Yeah, no chances DeSantis.
Let me give him a pop on that deal.
It's quite painful to listen.
Children love
Bubba the Love Sponge.
the perfect combination of entertainment and education.
Yes, it's quite painful to listen until the medication kicks in. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Action! I just saw Jimmy's text. Bye, buddy.
Put it into that. That's true, Megan. Do you, right? No, of course not.
Who's in here?
Brad?
Me and the puppy. Swapping out the batteries on this.
Is that what Bella goes crazy out when she sees you take her out?
Yeah, I took her out to the bathroom earlier and she saw her walking.
She goes fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, she wants that baby.
She don't let her. She'll tell her apart.
Oh yeah,
She already killed a chicken this weekend.
she'll eat her up. Jesus,
She killed a chicken.
she's ruthless.
She cut the chicken, which was impressive.
It's crazy because I wouldn't really think that Bella has a harmful bone in her body, but I guess it is kind of just in her DNA.
I have trouble seeing TV now. I don't watch it. I was like,
Oh, because the monitors.
Like,
I gotta move this mobile cam. I think I want to put it behind the bar. I just don't know if I have the room. Fuck it, I'll put it back there after the show. I don't want to do that right now. It'll take too long. I gotta take those chairs out of there.
where are you gonna put the chairs?
Probably it can still fit with the tripod behind those bar stools, but
Just take them out, put the camera back there, and then put it back in the chairs.
exactly, yeah. Just because, I mean, like we're obviously nitpicking, but this angle of the stage from this mobile cam right here, it makes those TVs on the bottom like brighter. But that's just perspective. You know the deal. Better not
Yes,
jump off
sir.
that couch. You're gonna fucking hurt yourself. You gonna hurt yourself.
Hurt everything.
I don't know. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that battery where it
Hello,
is.
Bubba Show. How are you doing? Okay, well, we'll be back in about 4.5 minutes. If you wanna, 4 minutes if you wanna hold. All right, hold on 1 second. Thank you. 6 minutes. Ooh, Rat. Are you looking at Rat's arms? Here. We'll be doing that little over his afterbirth. Or all right, there it is. Morning, Juice Guy. You can see the puppy D-Rock. I thought they put it on there. That is true. What they learn. Won't you little over that birth?
Thank you, Warren.
No problem, Bubba.
I gotta find that new song.
Line 2 is a guy from Kansas who wanted to tell you about the abortion law in Kansas.
I gotta find that new fucking. What was that new song called?
From Trapper Keeper?
Yeah.
What did you say right next?
What the hell are you doing?
Strap yourself in. The emotional roller coaster is about to start.
We will give nothing back to the academic community, as well as provide no public service of any kind.
I promise you. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Good news.
What's that?
Talk to my good friend Randy. The head blade, the head blade and sharpener and balancer of Skag Nation, Skag Mowers, Maryville. I think it's Maryville, Wisconsin. The hottest coach in America.
No.
I just saw Dion doing a Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial with him find it for me. Just put in Deion Sanders' newest Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial. He's now a paid spokesperson for Kentucky Fried Chicken. He's got his entire family, including his mom, on the brand newest Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial. Stars Dion.
I think he's got his kids in there too.
He does.
He?
He's got his mom. He's got and I think Bossy, his youngest daughter, like has the big slug line, like the big funny high spot.
I think it's like they try to figure out the most talented in the family.
Yeah,
and that's the premise of the commercial.
Or they're trying to diversify. And okay, you got Dion's mom, you got Dion. Now it's bringing his daughter. So anyway, he's now he's one of the hottest brands in the world right now, and I hooked him up with my boy Randy at Skag, and I think maybe today Dion gets a brand new 2024, I think Predator 2 62-inch, 34 horsepower V-twin Skag delivered to his house.
Oh, you're the man.
I'm going to put that whole deal together. Hashtag Skag Nation. Go to skag.com if you're serious about any type of lawn mowing, zero turning, blowing, aerating, leaf picking up, and anything you need, man, for your lawn. And what it starts and stops with you being a real man and going to skag.com. Made right here in Wisconsin. By the way, Randy's family's had season tickets since like 1957 at Green Bay Packers.
That's awesome.
I was looking at these big ESPN guys and their fantasy drafts, and nobody drafted Jordan Love. Nobody.
Really?
There was 5 guys that did this mock draft on ESPN, and they had to pick 2 quarterbacks, because one of your quarterbacks will be in a bye week. So there was 5. I think 5. So there have been like 24 total quarterbacks taken. Jordan Love didn't get taken.
Ouch.
Yeah. Hello. Who's this?
Hi, this is Sean from Kansas.
Hey, let me give me that Skag air check too.
Yeah, we'll do.
Sean from Kansas. Hi, buddy.
Hey, about the abortion talk, Kansas was legal during Roe versus Wade. So when that was overturned, Kansas did do it the right way. They sent it right to the voters. But when they put it to the vote, it was really confusing on how you had to answer the question.
Like the language, a lot of those referendums would be like, no really means yes, and yes really kind of means no. You really got to have, I usually have Brian the Babyface, an attorney, look at it and tell me what they're really trying to tell me.
Exactly, and that was the exact same thing. So if it's like you said, if you voted no, then that meant you wanted to keep it abortion. But if you voted yes, then you wanted to eliminate abortion.
Now, did that mess up the fine Kansonians, or did the Kansonians get through it?
We got through it. There was millions and millions of dollars dumped into advertising.
You mean all this special interest soft pack money?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, there was signs everywhere, every car, every church, every vote yes for both of them. That was the premise of it, was very trying to confuse the voters. But we did vote to keep abortion. I don't know what the legal. I haven't looked into it. I'm 50. I got one daughter. I don't need to worry about any abortion. So
right, me. I got a vasectomy, so I ain't got to worry about it.
Exactly. And so I don't know what the weeks or anything, the details of the law, but I was very happy with the way they handled it, that they said, we're going to go right to the voters. We're in that very first election after that. They had the...
No, I mean that's the way. That's the way, and I'm sure the governor probably initially came out and be like, "We're elite," because Kansas is super ultra conservative. So I'm sure they're one of the ones, like Louisiana and Alabama, Mississippi. The guy from Kansas or the woman from Kansas may have said, "Yep, we're now going to make abortions illegal," and then some senators and some congressmen would be like, "No, let's throw it to the people." They did. And the people spoke and said, we want the ability for a woman to be able to choose what she does with her body.
She did. We do have a female governor. She did try to stick her foot in there a little bit, but even with the coronavirus stuff, she tried to, boss hog up and start passing this, that, and the other, and our legislation shut her down, put it down, said no, you're not going to do all these executive orders and stuff like that, and really shut it down to where Kansas, we weren't as open as Florida was, but we were not nearly as shut down as a lot of the states were. So yeah, California is insane, and it was really for and I get him confused. He's a Democrat. What's DeSantis? He's a Republican.
Yeah, DeSantis is a Republican.
So she's a Democrat. So
your governor was.
Yes.
Well, you got a better chance of it remaining legal under her than you do Ron DeSantis.
Yeah. So, yeah, the abortion. Yeah, she is more open for the abortion platform.
All right, my man. I appreciate listening to us out of Kansas. Appreciate it, Kansas.
One really fast thing.
Yeah, one real fast. Always that way.
One more thing.
Always that way. Pisses me off.
One more.
What?
Did you get to watch Kizzy at all at the Dream?
No, I did not. I have no interest in that. He has written me. He has written me off.
Okay, well, we'll just drop it.
All right, thanks. Tyler supposedly is racing this hell tour that's like 29 race. He was in Peoria last night, and he hit like 29 tracks in 30 days.
Oh.
And he's with his stepdad racing, and that's their deal. Tyler has written me off. He won't have anything to do with me. He's not had any communication with me since February of last year. He completely, was not able to say goodbye to his grandpa. He won't speak to my mother. He won't speak to my sister. So he has written my family off. And so I appreciate people. He's blocked me on Facebook. I can't even keep up with what he's doing. He's blocked me on his phone. He's blocked me on email. So it really, really is a messed up topic, and the fact that I feel like I've been a really good dad. I got some rules that his girlfriend didn't agree with, and pretty much he picked her over me. And there's no picking over anybody. We could have coexisted. She just has to learn how to understand that I am his father, and you need to respect me. And that I don't kiss your ass like your mom and dad do and spoil you. I'm sorry. And that's where it all lies. And I'm not going to put up with it. And please do not call me and tell me how well he's doing in racing. It's a very sore subject. I'm the one, me, at the age of 3, got him in a race car and developed him and bought a racetrack and had him in full-blown modifieds at 9. And the reason why I did that, Lummy, is because I was able to buy a racetrack. Otherwise, he could not have, you have to be 14, 15, or 16 in order to go to the tracks, unless your dad owns the place.
And you can make an exception.
Well, because it's all about lawsuits, and I couldn't sue myself. But I don't get any credit. I'm a piece of crap. I'm impossible. And he hates me. And it just busts my heart that he wouldn't be the race car driver that he is today had I not. Listen, his mom and that side of the family was so against him racing at such an early age that his mom took me to court to try to get it stopped.
What?
So I have fought so hard for this kid. I have invested millions of dollars in his race career. And this is how he treats me. It really, really, really is disheartening. It's crushing. So please, if you're watching or you see Tyler at your local track, don't tell me about it. Maybe walk up to him and say, hey, you know what? You're putting your dad through hell. Your dad loves you. Just, you know what? Don't even say you're putting your dad through hell, because that's kind of negative. Just walk up and say, I just want to let you know I'm Bubba Army and I listen to your dad and he really still loves you and misses you so very much. That's a positive thing. That's not a negative thing. That's a positive thing. Lummy, this is the Deion Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken commercial that's running. I saw it yesterday on TV.
Every I'm back in the drive thru. Hey, I see all y'all. Let me get my KFC bucket of original recipe chicken.
You get the new KFC chicken nuggets?
I got you, baby girl.
What about
the chicken sandwich? The spicy one. Got you too, son. Hey, Dad, you got my fries. Secret recipe fries. And watch your tone. What about the, No, stop. No, stop.
Daddy, don't forget the sauces.
Do I ever forget?
Yes.
That's a lie. Enjoy your meal. Looks good. Tastes good. Looks good, tastes good. It's all good, baby. No, you ain't me.
There's another one. There's another one.
I sent it. Maybe it's this one from his Instagram.
Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one.
Because that one's new too. That one's brand new.
Yeah, this is his newest one.
KFC's new 100% white meat original recipe chicken nuggets. Baby! You've never, ever had nuggets like this. Woo! What you think, baby girl?
It's prime time, baby.
Now that guy's on a skag mower, Lummy.
Oh, I can't wait to watch that video.
Me either.
To plead not guilty today in Miami as he faces charges related to
Now,
President
see,
Trump.
I was, gone yesterday, and that's when you guys were really talking about this. Was it 37?
37 counts.
37 counts against Trump.
Yeah. And he was partying right after.
What do you mean?
He went to some restaurant. Everyone sang him happy birthday. The news didn't want to show it. CNN told him to turn it off because he was all happy. He was
Trump is
happy.
expected to plead not guilty today in Miami as he faces charges related to the classified documents case.
Here to give us a breakdown is the Hill's national security reporter, Rebecca Beich. Take it away, Rebecca.
Yeah, so today's going to be pretty straightforward. Trump will arrive at the courthouse shortly before.
Take it away, Rebecca. I'm eating. And the bitch is live from her house?
It looks like her kitchen. Was there bowls and everything?
Take it away, Rebecca means you're live on scene.
Yeah.
God, and this is a couple days old, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 p.m. He's not expected to enter through the outside. There's a series of tunnels beneath the courthouse that he'll be able to use. He has said that he will plead not guilty to the charges. And after that, this evening, he'll be heading back to New Jersey to Bedminster, where he'll be giving remarks. There are a lot of voices in the GOP that are rushing to Trump's defense and echoing a lot of the argument that he's been making, that, saying that this isn't a big deal, that President Biden and former Vice President Mike Pence have also found some classified records in their possession. So a lot of those voices are echoing Trump, but you also have a few that are expressing other viewpoints, including Senator Lisa Murkowski, who has said that these are some pretty serious accusations and that people need to take the protection of classified records seriously.
Now, I know that Babyface broke it down yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was good to have him on because he's, obviously a Democrat.
Yes, he is.
And you're a hardcore Republican, and Anna's kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
So it made from an interesting dynamic because I listened to the show.
And the Dr. Dan even called in.
And I heard that as well. I listened a lot. I didn't call in until you guys messed up the Super Beats endorsement. Do you notice that?
Yes, thank you.
I was letting you guys do your own thing.
Well, thank you.
I didn't want to be... I think for the most part, Macho Man, if he's available on the microphone, and Rat and you, I think that I am the least micromanaging person. As far as, you guys have worked for other people, and Rat, you've worked in radio, and Mach has too. I don't think I micromanage at all. I know that you have certain tasks to do, and I don't get involved in them.
No, every morning we have a meeting at 5:40, you, me, and Lummy, and we walk in, you say, all right, what are you guys working on today? And we'll tell you what we're working on. And unless you have an idea for something that, could potentially do well, you really don't, you don't hover.
Yeah, you say run with it. See how it does.
I don't ever hover. Ever.
No.
I'm never in there saying, Rat, no, that's not how I want it. No, go ahead and let it eat.
Yeah.
So I wasn't going to micromanage the show and call in and disrupt. I only, stepped in when I didn't want to. When I didn't want to have to do 2 endorsements today. I wanted you to fix that one.
Yeah. Thank you. I fixed it too. Got it over to him.
But but it was an interesting dichotomy that we had yesterday because Brian did say. When I remember one of the first things I heard when I got back in the car from my colonoscopy is Brian said, "Listen, I'm going to give you my opinion on the severity of some of these charges, where things may be going. But overall, I would not have charged the guy. Did he? I think that he kind of opened up with that. Did he not?
Yeah. He doesn't agree with them charging Trump.
Right.
I mean,
it's listen. You can say that by me saying that I'm pro-Trump. You know what I am? I'm over this political game we're playing. I'm over like just picking apart former presidents, current presidents, kids, because it just gets dirtier and dirtier. Now the Republicans feel they have to go after Hunter Pence. Well, you know what? The Hunter Biden deal may not be as big of a deal if you weren't screwing with Trump so much. You know, there's got like there's some. Is there not any more gentleman? Like, is there not any more gamesmanship or gentleman valor, if you will, where the head of the GOP and the head of the Democratic Party get together and be like, "Hey, Jim, we know Hunter did some really bad things and was being paid off by this and that, and we could really, really get the FBI turned up on all this, and it's just going to be a crap show for Joe." Or you guys can just listen. Trump's a loudmouth. He's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. He's probably a formidable threat with regards to your opponent and president. But let's be gentlemen and just drop these two things and let these two fight it out in the political arena based on the way the public perceives them. Do we need all of this? I can't say the word I want to. I want to call it F-use. I want to call it Uri. All this effery. Do we have to have all these efferys?
Well, supposedly, according to Ben Shapiro yesterday on his podcast, he said that's what he thinks happened with Trump, with Hillary. When he first got in office, his attorney general was like, just kind of back off of it. We don't need that, going on. And that's why supposedly, Trump didn't really pursue it anymore. But then
the Benghazi thing kind of went away.
Yeah, everything, and the server thing went away.
Yeah, that was tied to Benghazi.
So like Shapiro was saying, like it kind of was like Trump kind of laid off of it and kind of started seeing it, and then all of a sudden everything just started getting ramped up against Trump. And I think a lot of people now, like you're saying, are just over it. It's like all they're doing is attacking Trump, and then the other side's like, "Oh, we got to attack that side."
Well,
and it's
Brian,
like a back and forth.
Brian made a good point yesterday too. Like we're getting so hung up on technicalities and gotchas and effery, like Bubba said. Like at the end of the day, is this really what's best for the country right now?
No, it's not.
No, it's
like,
not.
This is such a waste of time. It's such a sideshow.
And the two things that got Trump on are, they're 50-50 at best. He's got a federal judge that he appointed overseeing this. The New York stuff's flim-flammy at best. The Hunter Biden stuff might be a little bit more, there might be some more surface rust on that deal, but does that really matter at this point? He took a bribe, does it really matter? It only matters because you're effing with Trump. It only matters because he probably did something illegal. You're probably not supposed to get bribes from countries and private sectors and business in order to, you're probably not. But Trump isn't as clean as the wind-driven snow either. So you say, listen, you guys lay off the Hunter deal. We'll lay off the Trump deal. We'll let these two bozos run for president. And, there's going to be games within that in itself.
Yeah.
We got games supposedly in the GOP nomination process.
Trump should just make Hunter Biden his running mate so the media finally leaves him alone.
You mess with both of us.
Yeah.
So, this isn't one way or the other. This is just like, God, the American person, whether you're Jamie from Northern Heat and Air and you're a hardcore Democrat, or you're, Dan and you're a hardcore Republican, or you're anything in between. Like, I guarantee you, everybody, Jamie, Dan, myself, Lummy, Rhett, the Merch Crick, everybody I know, Anna, would probably come up with the same conclusion, and that is we're over it. Color us red, color us blue, identify us by whatever political party you want, but we're over it. Well, I'm over it on the Democratic side. I'm over it on the Republican side. I'm just over it.
Well, like the things that Trump is being accused of or doing, is it really hurting the country at this point?
No.
The documents and things like that. Is it hurting the country enough?
And the things that Pence didn't hurt the country, and the things that Biden did, similar to what Trump, didn't hurt the country, and the things that he did supposedly in New York didn't hurt the country. He got slapped some type of defamation slander deal. He'll handle that civilly. But God, leave the guy alone. And this is not me trying to endorse or do a ringing endorsement for him. It's just as the average dude rolling around, I'm tired of it. You know what? Let's talk about Ukraine. Let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about gun rights. Let's talk about things that really matter, that really, really, really have something to do with the health of our country. You know, that really can affect our country. We've got to get a handle on this immigration because we do need immigration. We need immigration. Some of these migrant workers and these immigration, they do jobs that others will not. We've got to fix this situation. Febreze has lost 8 total roofing crews now. Because here's the thing, not only have our governor, Ron DeSantis, locked down immigration supposedly, but here's the deal. He really didn't even really lock it down, and he barely changed it. Mm-hmm. But within the immigration world, they don't quite understand what has happened, and it's a friend told a friend told a friend in that world, and they're all scared.
Yeah,
a friend told a friend, we got to get out of here because they're going to send ICE through all the jobs, and they're going to check our documentation, and they're going to put us in jail. That's what the average immigrant thinks. The average immigrant doesn't know that chances are the paperwork that he has, he's okay. Yeah. He's legal. He's good. Right?
Yeah. It's all about what papers you have.
And a lot of these immigrants don't quite understand what's been passed. And I blame that on the media. I also blame it on our governor not getting in front of it. I think our governor should have got in front of it and said, this is what this bill means, and this is what this bill doesn't mean. You know, for the average immigrant or migrant worker out there, Mexican, Hispanic, that's roofing or mowing lawns or whatever, you're gonna be okay. If you got your documentation, you're gonna be okay. He never said that. All immigrants from Florida are these immigrants that they're rounded up for purely PR purposes and sending to Martha's Vineyard or to California or something like that. That's all they see on TV. They're like, hey, Pedro, did you see him load up 100? Like that's all they see. And so they think that they're going to be doing their roofing job, and here comes this big paddy wagon that's going to come take them and lock them all up and put them on a plane, and they're not going to see their wife or kids when they get home later today. That's what they think. They don't have the ability to understand, and they don't watch the news.
No,
hold on. Nobody watches the news. Not just the migrant workers. Nobody does.
No.
It's all secondhand Willie. I didn't actually watch TV and watch Trump turn himself in and all of that nonsense. I got a little snippet on it the next day. Nobody really watches the news. And so the migrants, they don't watch the news because if I don't watch the news, they don't watch the news. And so all they do is urban lure or...
There's usually one guy at the job site.
One guy at the job site, Debbie Downer, Dave Downer, that goes and talks their native tongue and says, hey, we got to get out of here. They're sending people out. Like, right?
Yeah.
And he completely misinterpreted it. Is this the actual?
So this is him, like when he released it. Newsweek, I think, questioned him on it, and this is him defending
like crap.
it. Yeah,
suit looks. He's obviously lost some weight, but he has not changed suit sizes.
It's like a little kid wearing his dad's suit.
A lot of immigrants' family that works on the fields are leaving the state because the immigration law that you signed last week. What do you have to say to those ones that are worried that there will not be enough workers picking up the fruits on the field or working on a lot of construction?
So Florida law is that you have to be here legally to be able to be employed. That's been the law for forever. And so when we have something like an E-Verify, that's a tool to make sure that long-standing Florida
So, Lummy, are they just basically now really, really being strict on E-Verify, and
Yes.
they weren't before?
Yeah.
And so that you could have a guy that you kind of pencil whip through E-Verify or didn't even run through E-Verify?
Usually they didn't even check it. They didn't run it through.
And so
law is enforced, and I think that that's important.
So DeSantis has, really, really, really maybe hired some extra people are going to really be looking at E-Verify?
Yeah, but the whole point is, too, and I talked to a guy that's on a crew. He's on Colton's crew. He came to the house yesterday and said they're not going to send ICE to every job site. There's too many job sites. So it's just a big scare. It was trying to get companies to actually follow the law.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
But a lot of people haven't been.
Correct.
You can't build a strong economy based on illegality. And I think if you look what's happening at our southern border, part of the reason that's happening, yes, primarily because of Biden and his recklessness of opening the border and causing a lot of damage with the drugs that are pouring across, the fentanyl, tens of thousands of people dying. You have criminal aliens coming into our country. You have people on the terrorist watch list coming into our country. It's a total disaster. Part of the reason, though, you're seeing those numbers is because people feel that there are carrots to be able to come, that the U.S. isn't going to enforce its laws, that states aren't going to enforce its laws. And I think if you want a secure border, yes, I've said, let's build the wall. I will send my guys that built the Pine Island Bridge to the southern border to build a wall. I'll do that.
So, like he said the law's been in effect.
Hold on, but he really didn't say anything. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, like you're saying, he should have said, if you have your paper, we're not going to mess with you.
You got your papers? Do you got your shots? Do you want to come back to America with Rob?
I love that so much.
Just to see how former President Trump moves forward in terms of assembling his legal team.
Hey, Biden, leave Trump alone. Another brick in the wall. And I don't even know that I don't even know that Donald Trump is somebody that I'm going to vote for. Like, I'm just going to, let me just draw a line in the sand now by saying I don't necessarily know. I don't know who the candidates are going to be yet, but I don't necessarily know that Trump is going to be my candidate that I vote for.
What if it comes down to Biden and Trump again?
I don't know. I might not vote.
Oh, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to do that.
I might write in one Bubba Clem, Tampa, Florida.
It'd be interesting to see, and I mean, it wouldn't. It'd be the worst case scenario, but it'd be interesting to see how another Biden-Trump would play out, considering, the last election, it felt like everyone just united against Trump no matter what. And I get the feeling that if he were to be the candidate again, I don't know what's going to stop that from happening. Like, I know a lot of people who voted for Biden and regret it, but
So
is that going to stop them from not voting for him again out of sheer hate because, Orange Man bad?
I think, in fact, I know a lot of people who voted for Biden, too, as well, that aren't happy with him. But I think if I, honest to God, think that person cannot vote for Trump. They hate him so much that they cannot vote for Trump. So they either vote for Biden again or they don't vote. Now, I think that probably plays into Trump's favor because a portion of those people just won't vote. And so that takes votes away from, listen, that person's never going to vote for Trump, ever. That was a vote that Trump never got and never will got, right?
Correct.
So the hardcore, I know of no less than 4 people. Babyface.
Babyface has said it.
I'm not going to, he's the one that doesn't care I publicly call him out on who he voted for. The other 3 would probably like to remain anonymous. But I know 4 people that are very close to my life that voted for Biden that would do one of 2 things. They'll either vote for Biden again or they won't vote at all. But the one thing that all 4 of them have in common is they'll no vote before they vote for Trump. So doing that, since Trump's not going to ever get any of those 4 ever, let's say 2 vote for Biden and 2 don't vote because they're disgusted on the candidates. That's a +2 for Trump, isn't it?
Yeah. If you look
or
at it
an
that
even.
Way.
Hold on.
Even.
Before he was a -4, right?
Correct.
Now he's only a -2. That's 50% better than the election of 2020, right? That probably pushes him over the edge in Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin. You know what? If he would have won Georgia, Wisconsin, and Arizona, I think he might have won the election.
He would be the president. Yeah, you need those three.
I don't know.
Or Pennsylvania.
And I don't want to make this a big. I don't want to make this a big political situation. This is just strictly my opinion. I'm disgusted on the process. I really am. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, Trucker Jim here. Do you mind if I kind of change the subject a minute and ask you a question?
What?
Your e-bike. I'm looking to get an e-bike. What kind of e-bike do you got? And is yours a pedal assist or does it have a throttle?
No, mine has both. Yeah, mine's pedal assist with a throttle. It's an Avaton. And if you would go to floridagolfcarts.com, flgolfcarts.com, my buddy Big Mike gives Bubba Army discounts and can ship them to you fully assembled, ready to go. I think they're about maybe $1,600 to $1,800. I got the Avaton. I put a rear little luggage thing on it so I can carry a cooler and like a cell phone battery charger or things like that. But Avaton are some of the best ones made. And my buddy Big Mike at flgolfcarts.com.
Yes, it is.
Go there, man. They even got some newer stuff, but they are unbelievable. I really need to spend more time on my bike. I'd be in better shape.
Can I ask you, I know what size you are and everything. I'm about your size. Are you comfortable on that bike?
Oh, yeah.
Does it fit you comfortably? It doesn't feel like it's too small or anything?
No, not the one that I got. I got the big one. I got the big boy one. So you want to get the big you want to get the big boy one, and here's the deal, man. It makes you regularly, being a kind of a fat ass like me, you wouldn't think about getting on a bike because it's just too much.
Right.
But this at least gets you on the bike, and I've seen surveys where, you know, it's about a third of the so if I do 30 miles on my e-bike, it would be equivalent. My cardiovascular and the muscles that I needed to use and all that would be the same as doing 10 miles on a regular bike. So doing 10 miles on a regular bike for us fat asses is great.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cheat code to get back into biking.
I tried a couple of them, and when I sat on it, I felt like I was reaching too far forward, like it was too much of a stretch on it. I was bending over too far. That's why I'm asking.
I'm telling you, my Avaton from flgolfcarts.com is the best. And it's got the big tires on it, so you could go on the beach. Like, you know, you don't want to get one of these little thin. You want to get a big boy bike. And my bike can go 31 miles an hour if I wanted to.
Yeah.
All right, bud.
Sorry to interrupt your show, man.
All right, man.
I appreciate you answering my question.
Thank you.
Bubba, you know the one thing that I've heard people say is with the 4 or 5 million illegal immigrants that have come in undocumented, or if they have papers or they can't vote or whatever, is just like how around the job site the news spreads that if they're able to vote, you know, legally or illegally, you know, they think they'll put some different stuff out there to make Trump look bad and then have it spread around. Like, oh, you know, if Trump gets elected, you'll be deported and all these different things.
Yeah, all these urban legend whisper campaigns that really are not true.
Correct, and that's like, let's say 3 million out of the 6 million.
But then again, I'm not even hating on that because that's just politics. Because the Republicans are doing the same thing. I'm just tired of the Hunter Biden. I mean, God dang, how many more times are you going to arrest Trump? I mean, Jesus, leave the guy alone. Let him run for president. If he wins, first of all, he's got to get by the GOP. If he wins, he wins. Like, stop. It's ridiculous. I'm going to sit here and pick everybody apart. God, it's just, I've never seen it like this. And here's the deal. I mean, they didn't go after Hillary Clinton. They didn't go after Bill Clinton. They didn't go after George W. Bush and some of the things, I mean, and the flawed intelligence that he had to invade, to go get Saddam Hussein. I'm sorry, to go get, was it
weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, I mean, we went and invaded Iraq, and they had nothing to do with it. right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
because
closed.
Because they had weapons of mass. We found no weapons of mass destruction.
No.
We just didn't like the way Saddam Hussein was running his country. We wanted to put one of our guys in there. It's all a joke. You know what? Here's the deal. Don't even get caught up on the president because it's a joke. It's a bought and paid for skull and bones type of deal. You know what? Get upset and participate on who your mayor is, who your sheriff is, who your local congressman is, who your local senator is, who's on the school board. Those are the people that can directly affect your life. Yes. Everything else is bought and paid for. From George Soros to the Koch brothers of Colorado. Everything is pro wrestling. Once you get up to the presidential level, it's all bought and paid for. It's just like House of Cards with Kevin Spacey.
Oh, yeah. What did Bill Clinton say about that show?
Bill Clinton said, "Oh wait, this show. The only thing's wrong with this show is it's not quite dirty enough. It's actually dirtier in real life.
That's great.
Show's pretty close, but it's even worse than this." Is what Bill Clinton said.
He's not part of the solution. He's part of the problem. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
Wait.
We already covered that one. And back 7-3. Show me the top picture. New York's corrupt. It's true, Jonesy. George Soros turned it over to his kid, Alex Soros.
That factory meal smells good as hell.
Tastes like shit.
Hey, will you
What's up?
you watch that real quick? I just got people real quick.
Yeah. Man, look at your
I got horrible breath.
What you eat, Bubs?
Shrimps. Factor shrimps.
Were they a little fishy?
Yeah, they were a little fishy, let me.
Have peppers in there or no?
What?
Yeah. Did it have peppers in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can smell them from the back. That's so good.
Get to me.
There you go, Julio Joe. Now you know.
Don't know, now you know. Plumbing. God, it's like the Death Star over here now with all these monitors. Good morning, Kenny Powers. Good morning, Dr. Dan's Bloomin' Onion Maker, Doc 7. The toothy one is probably, I don't know if she's on her plane yet, but in some airport somewhere. Yeah, she's going to Idaho for another wedding? I don't know. I feel like she goes to weddings every 2-3 months. Good morning, Thuggish Ruggish. I think Lummy went to go pee or something. I appreciate it, TJ, but I got stuff I gotta do. I gotta finish some more stuff for YouTube. Get that all uploaded and scheduled and whatnot. Good morning, Anthakid. I don't know how to pronounce that, but good morning. Bubba, is it true you were auditioning for the Wheel of Fortune job yesterday?
No.
That's why you were here?
Fuck no.
Morning airtight ski pole.
September 22 and 24.
You good? All right, man. The hour.
Ugh.
No, it's all right.
Just let me look for it.
No, you're good. I'm gonna take her out to go pee.
All right, well, watch out for Bella.
Well, she's not out in the front.
Oh, she's waiting for you.
Oh, yeah, I know.
She's gonna talk to the goats and learn how to pop up the fucking gate. There's a big question mark bouncer. Airtight Ski Pole said there should be a package in the mail for you today. Some airtight, thank you. Close the wrong one. Good morning, Rudy. Yeah, Bubba, your bike can go on the beach, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes, you can, Natalie. That's right. LESS.
I wish I could find my new fucking song.
Shit. Do you want us to put it on the button bar or anything for you for now?
No, you can't find it. You won't be able to find that fast.
The following presentation has been closed captioned.
Great visual. I'll make sure of that.
Welcome to the revolution.
It's a remarkable achievement.
His perception becomes your reality.
Check this out.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Let me, what's the scorecard?
It's currently Dr. Dan +1.
Now, is this for the week?
No, currently.
No, yeah, could you whip up a week deal real fast? I mean, I'm just thinking, maybe not. I don't know if you can do that or not. I'm getting ready for the GetSuperBeats.com endorsement, as you should be getting ready for it. Hopefully, you're getting better at your Super Beats endorsement tryouts. I don't know that you have. I don't think you've been really practicing much.
I've tried to practice.
So, as we get ready for go to GetSuperBeats.com and get a 30-day free supply and 15% off. Again, double your potential of Superbeat Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Superbeat Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by going to GetSuperBeats.com and using promo code BUBBA. That's GET Super Beats, BEETS. GetSuperBeats.com. Use promo BUBBA. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. The Bubba Army, at an alarming rate, have been going to GetSuperBeats.com and using my promo code. Lummy, we just got a renewal from them. They're like, we love you guys, and we love you too. With over 30,000 5-star reviews and counting, Superbeat Heart Chews outsells Bounty paper towels on Amazon. So what's that telling you? People love them. I eat between 2, sometimes 3 Sometimes I'll sneak in a fourth one.
Nope.
It's okay. Again, go to getsuperbeats.com. Use promo code BUBBA. They're all part of the Human, HUMANN brand. They got a bunch of other great stuff as well. We're going to start endorsing from the Nero 40 to the Super Grapes to just all types of great stuff. From your brain to your heart. My people at Human take care of you. GetSuperBeats.com.
Promo code BUBBA.
Promo code BUBBA. Let me, what would be the official scorecard for the week? Today being Thursday. Tomorrow, the end of the week, Dan will be here. He could, better himself or worsen himself.
Yes. It looks like currently Dr. Dan for the week is +3. Lummy is +1.
Is this highest to lowest?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Anna is even. So she'll
stay even.
Rhett is -1. And Macho is, I guess Macho is even too. Sorry. So it's Rhett -1.
What was last week's results? Last Friday.
Here we go.
I'm sorry.
Last Fridays
I know that you have an extensive Trapper Keeper now,
Yes.
so this is not a curveball to you by any means.
No, not at all.
By the way, today's after show will be on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, or just Facebook and YouTube?
Facebook, YouTube, Twitter.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitter for the after show. Go ahead, let me take it away.
I think I was like -18 last week.
No, you were close.
What was he?
So if we started off, it would be Rhett -.
It sounds like Rhett's kind of the weak link around here.
He had a big mess up. I believe it was last.
Oh, that was Bubba's calling for you, but you're not even available.
Yeah, that was the biggest minus ever in one time.
I think it was the only time that we had a major penalty.
You are correct. I believe it was a -4.
Was it a -4?
Yeah, it was because it was what would we call that? A compound penalty. It was multiple at once. It was getting up and walking away.
Almost getting thrown out.
Almost getting thrown out. But also, I think
ejection.
it was. I think it was -2 for pissing you off.
Yeah, pissing off Bubba.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So last week,
a major penalty. That's what we call that.
As we're getting ready to wrap up tomorrow, and then let me after tomorrow, you'll be able to do like a year in to date deal too, right?
Correct. Yeah. I'll have
what
2 weeks.
was last Friday's, which I think was the first day we kept score, was it not?
Oh, yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Rhett at number 1 -7, number 2 Babyface -4. It was tied with Dr. Dan at -4. Macho and Jay came in tied at third at -1. Anna was a +1, and then Lummy was +3. Which is why I have to strap.
Now, what's Dan was a -4 last week?
Yes.
And what is he this week so far?
He's a +3.
Oh, he could almost break out to even.
Now, let me ask you, do you think he's going to, if he knows that, either
might try harder and what pisses me off?
Yes.
Anytime he when organic things come to Dan, then that usually is good. That usually works out for him.
Mm-hmm.
But when Dan tries too hard, then he just starts deteriorating.
He pisses you off, and then he just starts getting a lot of fall in the face.
Yeah, he just gets a little nut huddy and a little zookeeper, try to get a little zinger in there, and then that usually ends up being a negative. So right now he's at a -1. He could break out, though. He just needs to sit back and just let it come to him and don't force it. Now, what's Rhett? He was a -4 last week.
-7.
-7. What is he this week?
A -1.
Man, talk about, I mean, the scorecards don't lie, Lummy. It just goes to show you, right?
Yeah, Babyface got lucky that you weren't here yesterday. I think you might have given him a couple negatives, but
was he pissed? Did he ever piss you off?
Did he me? There was a couple times he was putting his lawyer hat on and was trying to flim-flam everybody on what he was saying, but he was in a little bit of a better mood. But he did have those kind of moments, like when he wanted to call you and different things like that.
Yeah. We got to really start pushing the Tampa Tarpons stuff.
Yeah.
Where would people go if? By the way, I'm going to throw out the first punch. I'm going to throw out the first punch.
Yes.
I'm going to throw out the first pitch.
Yes.
Lummy, did you pick out the food?
Yes. I gave him some selections, and it's going to be their kickoff for the 4th of July weekend. So
it's Friday, June 30th.
Yes.
And it's the Tampa Tarpons game kicking off July 4th. Is there going to be a fireworks thing?
No
fireworks.
Not on that Friday. There will be for their 4th of July.
For the 4th of July.
Yeah.
So this is you can sit in my section, which it's not even a section, it's a bar. I got my own bar on the third base line, and it's pretty kick-ass. It's really, really, like, this facility is by far one of the nicest. Well, it's the nicest single-A facility in the world.
Yes.
And it's comparable to any AAA facility. Like, it's probably the nicest AAA facility, too.
Yeah, it's right up there.
I mean, Phillies have a nice AAA. The Phillies, Dunedin, the Phillies Countryside, Clearwater deal over there, that's nice. Is it not?
Yes, it is.
The Blue Jays, Dunedin, they've revamped it. Is it nicer, or is it still a crap hole?
Jordan on the Cash App, $10. It's all right. It still has that old feel to it. They didn't put anything really out in the outfield. They just made it a 360, and the seats are upgraded, but it's still that old school style, where the concession stands are like underneath the seats and things like that. Yeah,
right.
It's not that great.
So anyway, Friday, June 30th. Where do people go? You need to send me a link so I can put it on our Facebook page.
Yes.
That gets you right into our section. What is it? $43? $35, all you can eat, and all the beer and wine and soda you can drink.
Correct.
Hard liquor drinks, they do charge. But if you're just a beer, wine, soda, water guy with some food kicker, and you want to hang out with probably 50 to 80 of your Bubba Army friends and watch me catcall the backup pitchers for the opposing team, and I'll be sitting there with Bob Cook, of course.
Of course.
It's the best $35 you're going to spend. If you and your girl are going to go out for dinner, it's going to cost you at least $35 a head. And if you add beer and wine onto that, it's going to cost you more. And the food, surprisingly, is not it's kind of gourmet.
Yeah. It's gonna have what we've kind of talked about, but the main theme is going to be barbecue.
Okay, perfect.
And personally, too, I kind of like the Fifth Third Club better than I like the Dugout Club. They had us in the Dugout Club last season, and that was cool, but it took you away from the game too much.
Yeah. I like where we are. I don't like I like the Dugout Club, but where we're at, man, you can have the best of both worlds. You can eat, you can drink, and you can watch the ball game, and you're in the outside elements.
I'd pay for a ticket just to watch you badger at the bullpen, though.
Oh yeah, I'm going to.
And if you do want to have a seat, they close off the 3 sections right in front of the third base club that are just for people in that section.
All right, so if you don't want to, lean against the railing and catcall the opposing pitchers with me, or sit inside the restaurant, or sit on the patio with high top tables and chairs, then they're going to have a section right by us.
3 sections.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 3 sections.
Nice. 3 sections that you can sit in. If you just want to sit down and get that, sitting on third baseline ballpark experience.
Yeah, it would be section 120, 119, and 118.
So, Lummy, where should people? Is there a?
Yeah, tarpons.thebubbaarmy.com.
Tarpons.thebubbaarmy.com. By the way, I'm going to throw out the first pitch. And so, Lummy, we got to really start hitting this.
Of course.
And it's only $35.
And you get a free hat.
$35 and you get a free hat. I might try to bring JD cakes.
Oh, that would be awesome.
What are you doing? What are you doing over there?
The strap was starting to fall down on it because I moved when I touched
Austin Yeager on the Cash App. Yeah. Thank you so very much. You didn't scratch the strap, did you?
No. It gets heavy because I was going over to look at the Cash App, and you got me on it. So it started to fall, and it tapped the thing, the leather.
Did you scratch it?
No, not at all.
Why does today feel like a Friday? Well, because I had a colonoscopy.
Yeah. That's got to be the worst experience.
I got to tell you, I'm not trying to be a martyr or a hypochondriac or anything like that, but I'm a little concerned about this rectum stuff. I might have rectum cancer.
Dr. Dan didn't really kind of bring it down.
He didn't do you a lot of favors.
No,
when he
he's
told
like,
you that.
that's the worst spot I could be in, and you might be bag boy now.
Yeah, like
Bubba the bag.
I had this little cluster of small little polyps that they had to take out. That's called like a cessus or cecial or something like that. It just wasn't one polyp that was hanging there like a little pinky, like a little hang, like a little hang mole that you get. It wasn't just one of those, which most of them are. It was this little colony, this little Tropicana Field dome-like deal that they took out, and then they sent it to the biopsy deal, and I guess I'll find out next week. But I didn't think it was a big deal. Now Dan's got me, if it's cancer, that's the worst place you can get it. and you could potentially be on a bag. I don't want to be. I'm so healthy. I don't want to be a bag boy.
Yeah,
I mean, if I be a bag boy, I want to be a bag boy because I'm working at Publix and I'm bagging up groceries. I want my butthole bagged.
I kind of thought
I want to poop in a bag.
I thought he'd babyface it for you. A little bit.
I thought he would.
Yeah, not telling you you might be having a bag, and it's in the worst spot possible.
That's what he said too.
Yeah.
He's like, not only is it possible rectum cancer, but it could be if you're gonna have rectum cancer.
Don't want it there.
You don't want it where you don't want it there.
Nope. Worst case scenario, the guy it's even worse than him.
The subway chokehold guy.
Yeah.
Indicted yesterday. This feels politicky to me too. New York City. This guy is a complete. The bad guy had been in and out of the mental system. I don't know how many times, arrested. I don't know how many times, and was actually on a list in New York City as one of the most 15 potentially harmful mental health people. He's on the top 15 list of possible mental health issues in all of New York. He's in the top 15. This guy starts causing problems on the subway, accosting women and things like this, and this badass dude put him in a chokehold and killed him, and didn't mean to kill him. And here's the deal. The average chokehold won't kill a guy unless you're hopped up on, fentanyl and on drugs and things like that. Then your body can't withstand just a normal, Rob Con chokehold. Chokehold didn't kill you, Lummy, but knocked you the F out, did it not?
Sure did.
Right.
Breaking news from New York City. CBS News has confirmed that a Manhattan grand jury has indicted.
Jesus. I'm tired of Manhattan grand juries.
Marine veteran Daniel Penny in the chokehold killing of Jordan Neely last month on a subway car. Penny, who was initially charged with second-degree manslaughter, says he was trying to defend himself and other subway riders from Neely, who witnesses say was yelling and...
Is he handcuffed there?
I believe so.
They really got a perp walk him right on out just like this?
Yep. Who witnesses say was yelling and threatening passengers.
Man.
You know what's worse is what happened yesterday in New York on the subway. Same kind of thing, except the guy that confronted him got stabbed and died.
Man charged after subway rider fatally stabbed on Brooklyn J-bound train. So this was the same thing where there was some crazy guy acting crazy.
It looks like according to cell phone videos and witnesses, became boisterous, ripped off his shirt, and was taunting some of the riders. When he turned his sights on a woman at the end of the car, he was confronted.
Here it is.
Last night, this one a stabbing. Last night, Jordan Williams accused of stabbing a man who was harassing him and other passengers on a J train as it was approaching Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Williams now charged with manslaughter. Eyewitness News reporter N.J. Burkett.
So the guy died.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you can't get manslaughter unless there's a death, right?
Yep. Live in Williamsburg. N.J.
Yeah, that's right, Bill. We spoke exclusively today with one.
Maybe we need some more subway police presence. Huh?
It's just crazy that this is the precedent we're setting for people who either protect themselves, feel like they need to defend themselves. The Jordan Neely thing, nobody on that subway car was arguing with him and calling him a monster while he had that guy in a chokehold. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I hate this.
In fact, there were 2 or 3 other men that were helping Jordan Neely restrain this guy because he was such a problem. Now, 2 or 3 dudes, and I think including an African-American guy, don't help you restrain a guy if he's been a perfect angel and not been doing nothing wrong. In fact, if you just, as a white guy, go and grab an innocent black guy on the subway because he's doing nothing wrong and start choking him out, people probably will start choking you out. Like coming to the African-American or anybody, for that matter's defense. If you just grab, let's take white or black out of it. If you just grab a person on the subway that's minding their own business and start choking them out, people are going to intervene. So when a guy grabs a man and starts choking him out because he's been a disruption and an issue and been touching women and hurt and threatening to kill people, and you're choking him out to restrain him, and you got one or two other men that are helping you, then wouldn't that be somewhat of an indication that this guy's been a problem and they've watched him be a problem, and now that somebody's been proactive and done something, they're going to help? They don't help They don't help people restrain innocent people.
Well, you see with this, too, you don't see the uproar or anything about it.
One eyewitness who was on board the train that night, he tells me that the victim was harassing riders and taunting them and was killed after he punched one of those riders in the face.
Well, that's a push.
Yeah.
You were taunting riders. You punched a rider in the face. You got stabbed. Push.
That's it, right?
If I'm Police Chief Clem and Lummy, you're a detective, and Rhett, you're a detective,
Yeah.
be like, hey, this black guy here was messing around with people and threatening to kill them, and then he punched this other black guy in the face, and this other black guy who got punched in the face stabbed that dude.
How do you want to charge him?
Charge him with what?
Nothing? Let him go?
That's what my ruling is.
All right.
Don't be a dick on the subway, and keep your hands to yourself. I'd have the Georgia Satellites whip me up a song. When you're gonna ride the subway, and keep your hands to yourself.
So the thing about the story that I'm reading as well about the guy that got stabbed on the train, it just says he had gotten into a dispute. Now, whether that's a verbal or a physical dispute, they don't specify. I just assume he was being unruly and he was yelling at people. But that also begs the question, like, how physical does that guy have to get before someone else steps in and takes matters into their own hands? I mean, if you hit
a guy in the face, and he stabs you, that's on you.
If you get physical and someone has to defend themselves, I agree.
Right.
But
if you hit a guy in the face and the guy that you hit in the face stabs you, well, that just shows you how much of an idiot, because you shouldn't bring a fist to a knife fight.
Oh, now it looks like he punched the woman. He punched a woman, and her boyfriend is the one that stabbed him.
That's even better.
ABC 7 New York says officials say some kind of fight began aboard the train in Manhattan around 8 p.m. So the argument escalated to punching before police say a man identified as 20-year-old.
Well, now let me saying that the bad guy punched the guy. The guy who stabbed the bad guy's girlfriend may have been the one that got punched in the face. Now you're defending your girl. You punched my girlfriend in the face. Well, first of all, she'll shoot you. But second of all, if I can get to you, I'm going to try to stick up for her. My little T-Rex arms.
Is under arrest tonight.
Why'd you have a knife, Jordan?
That guy looks like a pretty good dude.
And
he's he's well dressed. He didn't look like this guy looks like a regular dude.
And it looks like the guy that he stabbed was an ex-con.
20-year-old Jordan Williams is charged with manslaughter.
Now why isn't the African American community raising hell over this?
Yep.
You got what looks to be like a pretty damn good, guy, well dressed. I don't think this guy has a history of doing bad things. And you can just tell by the way a person like the guy's well kept. He's as much of a gentleman as you can be, being double handcuffed, being led by two thick-neck agents.
Yeah.
But do we have a picture of the victim?
I'm looking for that right now.
Possession, accused of stabbing another rider to death in a fistfight aboard the J train in Williamsburg. It happened at 8 o'clock last night. Police say Williams did not remain at the scene, but was arrested several subway stops away. Witnesses say it began as a train was headed toward the Marcy Avenue station, that the victim was being boisterous.
And the whole subway system is just a cesspool. Not policed enough.
Ripped off his shirt and was taunting some of the riders.
All right, so the bad guy ripped off his shirt and is taunting some of the riders. It'd be interesting in the autopsy to see what he had in the system, right?
Yeah.
Turned his sights on a woman at the end of the car. He was confronted, apparently by Williams, seated across from her. We spoke exclusively with one eyewitness by phone.
The guy who was sitting down across from that girl said, you need to chill, something to that effect. They exchanged words, 2 or 3, things back and forth, and then the guy who's standing up punched him really hard in the face. They start fighting. Everyone scatters.
So from that eyewitness account, I gather this. There's a girl sitting there. There's a guy sitting across from her. We'll call him good guy. Bad guy has already torn off his shirt and is acting like a crazy man in the subway. He then gets up in this girl's face. No shirt on, he be wilding. And the good guy, the dreaded up good guy across the aisle from her says, "Hey, dude, you need to chill." Well, then the dude turns around and gets all up in the good guy's face and punches him. Punches the good guy. Man, at that point, all bets are off.
It doesn't
Stab, shoot, choke, kick, hit him in the balls, teabag him. I don't care.
It doesn't seem like they gave this guy very much of an investigation at all before they arrested him and charged him and all this stuff, too.
Police say Williams draws a knife and plunges it into the victim's chest.
Perfect. Perfect. Don't be an asshole on the subway.
Austin Yeager, 10 on the Cash App.
Don't take off your shirt, start whiling, get up in a girl's face. A nice young man tells you to chill. You hit him in the face. He stabs you in the heart. Lummy, Sergeant Lummy.
Yes.
This is a push.
Push? Let him go?
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, let's have an award for him.
Then he, turned around, stumbled through the car doors into the cart where everyone had ran to, and he had a hole in the middle of his center of his torso that was pumping blood out of it.
Paramedics were unable to save him. Identified as 36-year-old DeVictor Wadrogo, whose last known address is a homeless shelter in Brooklyn.
I mean, there you go. Nothing against homeless people, but this guy, do a background check on the guy they arrested. I bet you he's not homeless. He looked like he was pretty well kept, pretty good dude.
The case is somewhat different from that of Jordan Neely, the mentally ill subway.
Look at this. African-American dude helping the white guy.
Yep.
On a black dude.
And handler killed in a chokehold by Daniel Penny. Penny claims he intended to restrain Neely, although he was not physically attacked. Williams allegedly used deadly force deliberately in a fist fight. The witness told us Williams went too far.
It's certainly something he didn't start or would have probably been involved in if it weren't for, the guy who was killed being the aggressor. But
now, hold on, let's not downplay any of that. Let's not put a but on that. It's certainly something he didn't start or would have been involved in if it wasn't for, the guy who was killed being the aggressor. But mic drop, bitch.
Done.
But you can't kill somebody just because, they started a fight with you. Well, who is to say that guy can't? You can kill people by punching them. You can kill people by beating them to death. If a guy catches you, now you'd be a hard one to kill because you're just look at you.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're stupid.
That's right. I don't
stupid
go down
people
easy.
Die. It takes a longer time for stupid people to die.
I just keep coming back.
So if a guy caught you square in the chin, knocked you out, so you're a little bit knocked out, and your wife's not there because she would shoot him. Yeah. But he got on top of you, and he literally just started pummeling your face, nonstop pummeling your face. There's been people that have been beat to death. Yeah. There's been people that have killed there's been people that have died from a single punch. Punching can kill you.
I mean, I have a family member who got in a bar fight many, many years ago and eventually was charged with manslaughter because the guy that he beat up died in the hospital 2 days later. And it happens.
How long a time did he have to do?
God. This was 30 plus years ago, so he's been out for a while, but easily a couple of years.
Wow.
You can't.
But he won that fight, didn't he?
Oh, hell yeah.
He's at least 10-0 probably.
Kill someone just because they started a fight with you.
Why can't you? Why can't you kill somebody if somebody hits you in the face? Why can't you? What, stand your ground?
It looks
Again, the charge.
I mean, now hold on. You have to be in fear of your life. Okay, well, this guy, prior to hitting me, prior to fighting with me, is a homeless man. It's going to be interesting to see what he had in his system. Ripped his shirt off and started whiling on the subway to the point where it's alleged that he may have hit a girl, but he's up in a girl's face. I tell him to chill. He hits me He starts a fist fight with me, and I kill him.
And what if I don't want to fight? What if I want to use my Second Amendment right and eliminate the threat?
Right. What? Well, in New York, you can't have a gun, so you'd be in more trouble. But nonetheless, if this is in Florida,
this is danger ground state, castle doctrine.
This is the same as the George, although I may not agree with it. This is the same as the George Zimmerman deal and the Trayvon Martin deal. All Trayvon Martin had was an energy drink and the thing of Skittles.
Well, is manslaughter. Any additional charges, of course, will be up to a Brooklyn grand jury. Now, the victim has a criminal record.
Here we go. Hold on. Now, this is the dude that we're sticking up for. Has a criminal record.
Includes multiple arrests for robbery. He has no documented mental health history that we are aware of, and was unarmed.
But Bubba, you know what they
It's
leave
like
out?
they're almost sticking up. It's like they're sticking up for the bad guy here.
It's weird because it says he was paroled in April 2012 to immigration. If you're paroled to immigration, that usually means you're what? You're probably going to get kicked out of the country because you're illegal?
Yeah.
Wow. So is he an illegal immigrant too, which they aren't talking about?
Oh, they're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, that doesn't get clicks on me.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's like New York is sticking up for the bad guy. This guy's a piece of shiz. He's been arrested before. And again, you know what's really going to be the tall tale is what he had in his system. Now, if he comes back with nothing in his system, maybe that changes my opinion a little bit. But if you're going to punch a guy in his face and that guy happens to have a knife and kill you, you started it, I ended it. Had you not punched me in the face, I wouldn't have stabbed you. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And I guess he was telling people that he was going to erase someone today.
Okay.
So that was like threatening to him also.
I'm going to erase somebody. No, bitch. You're going to get erased. The eraser goes two ways. I got one of those double-sided erasers, bitch. You used the wrong end.
See, that's a guy who's been in trouble with the law before. If he's using that Kenneth Kimberlin, secret code talk, I'm going to erase somebody today. Cops probably couldn't technically get him on that, right?
Ridiculous.
And it looks like what happened.
This country is just absolutely ridiculous. And I'll tell you what's even scaring me more is this July 1st Florida constitutional carry deal.
Oh.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is now going to have a gun when before you just needed to be responsible and register your gun or have a license saying that you are responsible to own a gun. I like that rule because that gives guns to responsible people. I don't want, yes, it's your constitutional right, but you know what? Our population has changed dramatically since the Constitution was written back in 1776, 75, whatever the hell they wrote it. People were honest and cool back then, and you had the right to have a musket so that somebody couldn't come in and take your farm. But now, man, everybody that's never committed a crime or been, let's not say that, that's never been caught committing a crime can have a gun.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad people who can legally own a gun.
There's a lot of bad people that have done a lot of bad things that have not been caught that don't need a gun.
And obviously the thought process for some people is that, bad guys are still going to carry guns regardless. So you hope with something like this, the good guys can outnumber the bad guys carrying guns, but there's just a lot of stupid-ass people out there, man.
There is. When I come back, listen, man, you don't think terrestrial radio is done?
Yeah.
iHeart, Beasley, Cumulus, Cox, Town Square, Audacity, all these large companies, Salem. You're not going to be able to emulate what I do. You're not going to be able to emulate my show and the people and the characters that we have. But you're not going to need a midday girl. You're not going to need an afternoon drive guy that's spinning, 9 classic rock records an hour. You're not going to need an overnight person. You're not going to need a night guy. You're just going to AI it. Radio has killed itself. Radio has taken the proverbial cyanide pill.
And they're kind of bragging about it.
And they are. And they're stupid. And radio doesn't even want a complaint call. Radio doesn't even want a complaint call.
You don't think this industry is dying fast enough?
God. We'll get into that next.
He's Bubba in need. The Love Sponge of serious psychotherapy. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Thank you, Austin.
back on the air with him.
All right. Let's see. Nose. Dirtman. Oh, 6171. I'm looking. Phone line's empty. He sure did, Little Wilbur's Afterbirth. What's up, Rick? So is. Dirtman, Wayne. Dirtman. So the Kurdish white. Yeah, it's illegal in there, isn't it? Chicago. Street 2 Hollywood 69. Log it is. Shoot. Oh no.
Rays won last night.
They finally got one out so they didn't get fucking swept.
It's a 4-10 game in today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every day.
I gotta tell you.
Why can't you figure? You know what, Macho Man, I love you to death, but this fucking TV is greasing you. It's owning you. It's making you. This TV is making you. This TV is making you his bitch. He's like fucking walking into the weight room and he's putting fucking 2 more 45s on and showing you how to do it.
Kicking your ass.
Every day it turns off and says, "What are you going to do about it, buddy?"
Yeah. Gotta be a power saver on it. I gotta find it. That remote control's a piece of shit though, so it's like hard to do anything on it.
Remote control.
Remote control, the down button doesn't work.
You push it too hard.
I broke it.
Let's see. Oh. Austin Yeager is the guy that came to the track, Bubba. Austin from Georgia. Thank you, Austin Yeager.
Oh.
The young guy from Georgia. 21-year-old.
That's my buddy.
Thank you. Pull that nose up, raise. See what you're doing. Droop her lips. That's true. Thuggish, ruggish move. Let's see. 3:37. What kind of time is that for a baseball game? Boom. So it is. Austin, Georgia. Josie wants the perfect society. You say you gotta destroy it to build it back better. That's what he wants. Who do we got? Maybe I'll get a good game. McClanahan going off. Fucking West Coast games. Now down 352.
What is there not to like about the show? Bubba the Love Sponge.
Guys are awesome.
And I love the sponge.
The show's cool. It's real, man.
He makes me laugh my ass off every time I listen.
I'm a full trucker effect, man, so it gets me through the day all the time.
Bubba the Love Sponge. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
BubbaArmyMerch.com for your straw sun Bubba Army hats. I think there's some coolers, personal coolers, lunchbox, I should say, personal ice lunchbox deals. Like put a sandwich and like 4 monsters in, all with the Bubba Army logo. Lummy, I don't think I ordered 100 hats, and I think we're gonna sell out at the end of the day, and it's kind of a pain in the ass because I got to get the hats, and then I got to take them to the place that puts the patch on, and so it's kind of like a triple handling deal. So what I'm gonna do is, is like every March, I might make 100. Oh, just make them. Like, I don't want, because you got to order them in increments of 100. And so I don't want to order another 100. Because we blew through these hundreds in about 3 days. I don't know that there's another 100 people that want them. I think that the 100 people that wanted. What's your opinion? Should I reorder or just make it a one-time-a-year deal?
I'd say one-time-a-year deal, unless you get so many emails in, maybe for June or July, I say. But I would probably say you're good.
Yeah.
I don't want you sitting on inventory.
Yeah, I don't like sitting on inventory. It's tough. It's been slow.
Austin from Georgia, 20 on the Cash App.
Bubba, 190. I'm sorry, Dan's birthday, 199 next Friday, right?
Yes.
Hopefully that'll bring it in, Lummy.
I hope so.
Hopefully that'll bring it in. We can save the nose up. We've just been having some, I think the economy's bad. Maybe we've pissed some people off. Maybe the show sucks. Maybe maybe Rhett is not being responsive on AI because he's afraid that it could replace, it could be, you guys could just.
I mean, it could be so good we could be out of a job next week.
Right. What I'm saying is like, you run a couple of my shows through there. Next thing you know, I fire everybody except Macho Man. Macho Man teaches me how to do this. Oh, yeah. It's just me and Macho Man working here. That's it.
Yeah,
and we're just running AI shows.
Yeah, maybe if the other radio people were that smart, they wouldn't be promoting it.
Yeah, well, I've always been ahead of the curve, so I own my own content. It might be able for me to make money, sit back, cut back all my expenses, and live even larger than I am now because people are I don't have to pay you bozos to put stuff together. I just let AI do it.
Yeah,
that's why Rhett's fighting this whole deal. Rhett knows he could do this tomorrow if he wanted to. This bitch did it. What's this girl? Live 95.5 launches Radio GPT and middays with an AI version of Ashley Z.
Yeah, that Radio GPT is a commercial program they offer now to these radio stations. I think it's $20,000 or $25,000.
But guess
and then
what?
Once they come in and they put it in your board,
guess what?
You don't have to pay those people salaries anymore.
No, but guess what?
What?
Look at who see if Jay O'Connor has. I know that he's doing something AI radio wise. This might be his company, and he was the general manager before Keith Lawless. He's the one that hired me, at the Bone. He's the one that first believed in me, and my ship was sunk when he left because Keith Lawless hated me. But if Jay O'Connor is running this Chat GPT Radio GTP, he'll give me a demo version for free.
Woo!
Rat's almost out of here, especially with this -8.
Oh, no.
Puppy mill.
Today, I go from just Ashley to AI Ashley.
What you don't understand, Ashley, is you're all happy about this, but you're done, bitch. You're out of a job.
On Live
When you got AI that can do a phone call, it sucks. It sucks, but this is the most primitive version of it. This just came out. You don't think it's going to get better? It'll get a lot better.
5-5. So let's see how close the AI sounds to me. Today, I go from just Ashley to AI Ashley on Live 95.5. Let's see how close the AI sounds to me.
All right, so where do I...
That's crazy.
Where do I hit the button that shows
That
them?
sounds like me.
It's
I guess I
arrow.
have the
If you
day
stay on
off.
that video and like hold it over, there's an arrow.
Oh, that's right. The arrow. Okay, here we go. Boom. And then boom. This is a person that won Taylor Swift tickets. And this is AI Ashley, not even her. Now, Rhett, did they just... Ashley didn't have to say any of these words. ChatGPT just put these words all together, right?
I'm not specifically sure how Radio GPT works, but she may have had to type that prompt out to be written.
Oh.
Because that's usually how ChatGPT operates.
It's AI Ashley.
Well, so now you're going to turn radio people into secretaries where you got to type your response?
Calling our first Taylor Swift winner.
Nice board. Now, this is completely AI. This radio personality is not real.
Hey there. Who's this? It's AI Ashley from Live 95.5. What's your name?
This is Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. Where are you from?
Salem, Oregon.
Do you have any idea why I might be calling you today?
The only thing I can think of is Taylor Swift.
Did you text in to win the tickets?
Yes.
It looks like you got every keyword on Friday.
I tried really hard.
Well, that's why I'm calling today.
Stop it.
Lisa, you won.
Stop it.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, Rhett, you just need a bunch of schedulers in there typing out, right?
Yes.
Like, remember when they used to run Selector to schedule the music?
Right.
Now you just have somebody run Selector to schedule your DJs, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure just how automated Radio GPT is, but if they're charging that much for it, I have a feeling that
it's gone.
It's going to get better.
Well,
yeah.
they
It's
just,
keep on getting better.
Slater's gone.
Tuesday.
So's Fisher.
Slater's been gone.
Tuesday, they introduced the AI Ashley now as their new DJ from 10 to 3.
No way.
Yes way.
They fired
We're going
the
to
guy.
see Taylor Swift.
No, they fired her.
Yes.
She's not the guy.
You won tickets to see Taylor Swift.
But that's all radio is anyway. Whether it's a computer bitch saying it or just a bitch reading the card.
Yeah, if you're a jock,
it's all it is. It's wow, 94.1. It's Frankie Knuckles in the house, and here's the new one from Yippee-O, and coming up next is a Yippee-O, and hit me up on the wild lines for your chance to win some. We be wildin'.
We got DJ Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Why would you lend your voice to that? Why would you not sue the hell out of the radio station now?
Yeah, for real. I mean, if they fired her and she's not getting royalties on the backside, there's got to be some legality.
No. And listen, when you sign a contract, they own.
That's true.
No, they didn't.
Hold on. They own every show you've ever done. So if they run every show you've ever done through the radio, chat, GTB, and they get all your little idiosyncrasies and all your voice patterns and all that, they own that material. They can repurpose it however they want.
So this is how they explained it. So they said the traditional Ashley is just not going to be on the air, and she's accomplishing other tasks, such as managing social media posts or working on digital assets.
Right.
Probably took a big-ass pay cut, too.
Big-ass pay cut, too. Her $35,000 a year is now, part-time at 15. Somebody's got my mouse. I don't know. Somebody got my mouse? Give me my mouse back, bitch. I got to do this. I'm behind. I'm way behind. What did it make a deal?
Oh, yeah.
Way behind.
The real target of the best right-wing conspiracy.
What the hell?
What the hell? What the? Bubba the Love Sponge.
I've heard the word surreal, and that's all there is for it.
Oh yeah, they said that their goal is not to replace manned airship. They're just worried about unmanned airships. Hello, Bubba Show. No, we are coming back from that break in about 6 minutes, and then we will be off. Yeah. How are you? Well, if you want to hold on real quick, we'll be back in about 6 minutes. Maybe you'll be the last call. Okay, hold on. Bubba, line 2 is someone that says he's going into a meeting with the radio GPT people.
All right, tell him he's next.
All right.
Hey, I know Todd Thomas. I know this guy right here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was my PD in Connecticut.
Oh, Hartford?
Yeah. I'm gonna get a hold of Todd. So give me a free one, bitch. I'll have to get mine, so I can get rid of fucking all these buffoons I got working for me. I'm just kidding, Lummy.
The Lummy will just be too smart then.
Lummy, you and smart are never.
That's what I'm saying. The AI Lummy will just be too smart. The computer will make me smart. Computer can't mimic.
Look at this, man. Look at this. iHeart, Tribune, Cox, Summit, Audacity, Cumulus, Nexstar. Look at that. Nexstar's Channel 8 and all that nonsense. Rogers is the biggest in Canada. Cumulus, Audacity, iHeart, Tribune, Cox are all the biggest in America. Summit's big in America. Yeah, it's over, buddy. Good fucking luck, you jobber DJs. Fuck you.
The guy that created it said that his goal is not to replace.
Oh, that's what they gotta say, buddy.
He said it's just for those unmanned DJ spots.
Yeah, well, you can make a manned spot and an unmanned one real fucking fast.
When you're cutting spots.
I'm calling my buddy Todd Thomas up.
What's up, Todd Thomas?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, hey.
I'm trying to see if you're gonna be on, man. When are they gonna call you the police? Congressman Road. No, I have to look that up.
Let me see if I know anybody else here. Craig Bowman, Zena Burns, Laura Griffin. I think I might know Bob Willoughby too.
Bob Willoughby?
Yeah, 2 decades at Cox. I know him. I know Bob. What's up, Bob? I know motherfucking Todd Thomas.
Hello, Bub Show. Great. How you doing? Oh, this is a Lummy. How you doing? We'll be back tomorrow morning. Show.
Hello, my name's Lummy.
Hello, Bubba Show. I hope you today.
My name's Lummy.
We're going to be ending here shortly. We're going to be going to
My
the
name is
show,
Lummy,
which will be,
and I
Facebook
am
and Twitter
gone.
at 10:30. right. Well, I appreciate that. What did you say? Bye.
I gotta call Todd Thomas about fucking immediately. Write that down. Todd Thomas equals replacement of all employees.
Todd Thomas.
Todd Thomas, yes. Lummy, Red, no. So that equals, let me say it.
That's what it equals, but I'm going to start learning ChatGPT real quick. Replace Macho.
He's not replacing. I'm keeping Macho. I'm firing you and Red if I fire anybody. And Anna. The hell?
Damn, Macho, that's loose.
All day, every day.
I'm an FTE.
Full tractor effect.
You're my savior.
I listen to it in the morning
Heard
and
this
at
about
night.
50
Keeps me
times.
awake all
Let me
night
get a
driving
hold
that
of
big road
Todd.
down the road.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Get a hold of
We
Brad.
love you, brother.
Brad
Bubba the
James.
Love Sponge Show.
Get a hold of Brad immediately. Lummy, look at my screen. These are the officers of this radio chat GTB, Willie.
Yeah.
See Todd Thomas down there?
Yes.
That was my program director and big fan of the show when I was in Connecticut. And he's a big slinging D. I'm going to get one of these programs. I can get rid of everybody. Just me and Macho Man. How much money I'd save? Hello, please. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. So I actually had a meeting with them probably about 3 weeks ago. I'm assuming they probably have different pay scales that they charge like a commercial FM station. But for my station, they were actually going to charge, if you just wanted one talent to operate like an evening show, it was $1,000. If you wanted to have a full station, it was only $1,500 a month.
For a full-on, now, how do they do it? Do you run like all your personalities through a program and it kind of picks up their voice patterns and idiosyncrasies, and then after a while, if you've run enough through there, then you can replace them?
You can do it two ways. If you want an actual voice that you want on there, like say Lummy's voice, you need 30 minutes of his voice, and then they can copy it. Otherwise, they have 100 voices that you can select from.
No, I want my voice.
AI
Here's what I want to do.
Right.
Since you've been demoed by these guys, here's my vision, and you tell me. I'm assuming you're a radio guy, and so tell me if this is doable. I have Rhett run 10, 15, 20 of my shows through this program, and then I ask it to spit out a program. A program like this. Is that doable?
100%. All they told me was if I took 30 minutes of a person that I wanted, they put it into the program, and then they'll have a full.
What if it's back to?
AI
What if it's talk?
What if I'm a talk guy and I'm not doing music? I'm just a talk guy. Do you tell?
That's what I'm saying. 30 minutes of your voice talking.
I know, but do you have to give it a direction on what to talk about? What if I wanted to? No, it just knows what I want to talk about.
It pulls from all these different, I forget how many websites, but you can set, because you're in Tampa, so whatever you want that AI to generate and talk about, they program it to that area, and then it pulls from all these websites from that area, so it's always talking about what's current and, what's topical.
But what about if it's not? Does it have to be Bubba's voice straight 30 minutes, or can it be Dr. Dan chiming in?
Would it be able to pick up on Dan's voice? Would it be able to pick up on Lummy's voice? Would it be able to pick up? No.
I would think any audio samples we upload would have to be just you or just the person it wants.
Right. Just me.
Right.
So it would be harder to do the old shows then, is what you're saying?
No, Lummy, all you do is just, you guys work on getting a whole bunch of me monologuing, free form, talking, run it through there.
Okay.
And, it's going to take some work to replace you guys. It's going to take some work for you guys to replace yourself, but we'll get it done.
Okay.
I wonder how much they charge me. And listen, I know one of the guys that are one of them. I know the senior vice president of automation, Todd Thomas.
Right. They might give it to you for free for you to demo it. And
they might give it to me for free because I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. You'd be like, hey, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, and nobody thought they could emulate me, and these guys are killing it on me.
Exactly.
All right, man. Thank you, buddy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. You too. Lummy.
Huh. I wonder if it takes your opinions.
I don't know.
Because he said just news that's going on.
I bet you it's designed to be neutral and stay away from certain topics.
Oh,
There's
wow.
even ChatGPT. I can ask it a question, and it's like, that's not ethical for me to answer.
Well, I want the non-ethical version.
That's right.
Well, they may not have that one
I
just
want
yet.
the heathen. want the rated R with an X tickler, please. Does Macho Man have my upper button bar ready to go? Like, am I supposed to hit that?
Just hit play. It should work.
It doesn't. I don't see disclaimers or anything.
It's scroll down a little bit. Trust me.
All righty. Lummy, we'll do an after show at 10:30. Okay.
Sounds good.
Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, right?
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Bubba Army Radio, the Bubba Army app, and tune in as well. We're running a little bit late today. We're sorry. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.